We'll get to the rest of it. Right. Well, we can do the beginning. You ready, Kathy? I want to call this meeting of the King George Board of Supervisors to order.
Call this meeting of the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors to order.
We're going to stand up. We're going to have invocation by Supervisor Bender and also pledge allegiance. But before we do that, Mr. Stroud had asked that we have a moment of silence for the firefighters who were shot by a sniper recently. And so we'll stand, we'll have a moment of silence. Then Ms. Bender will lead the invocation, and then we'll have a pledge of allegiance.
Thank you. Please, Lord, look over us to make the smart decisions for the residents of King George, and that we always stay true to our path and to honor you by doing what's best. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. All right. First up, are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to strike Daisy Solar from the agenda.
Just a second.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Just a reason?
You want to explain the reason why?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So there was, at the last Board of Supervisor meeting, there was a question from the board about access. And we talked to the applicant for this just a couple of days ago, and the access issue has not yet been resolved. So we want to make sure that that has been resolved one way or the other before bringing it back to the board.
Thank you.
Their attorney is speaking, and they're going to come to agreement. But since they haven't come to agreement, I know that some members of the board would frown upon that. So I asked them not to come as well, and they wanted to.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, could I make another amendment to the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on behalf of Senator Stewart, who is en route, I just talked to him right now. He would like to add.
That first one first.
Okay.
Yes, correct. So I have a motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, so on behalf of Senator Stewart, on page 4 under closed session, he would like to make an amendment that we, under the Amazon Web Services, to consult with legal counsel regarding actual probable litigation and legal advice regarding Amazon Web Services and Potomac Commons. I would like to make that amendment to the top of the agenda right now. So it'd be Amazon Web Services and Potomac Commons, both under the same 2 code sections.
So moved.
Second.
A motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. We'll move on to public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order for everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name, the district in which you vote, so we can have it for the public record and afford everyone a chance to speak. First, I have Pastor Sherman Davis.
All right, I'm holding on to this podium. I had communion service with the Episcopalians this evening, haven't recovered yet. Just kidding. I got vertigo. Anyway, in the book of the Revelation, John the Apostle, the Isle of Patmos, exiled, as he pens down the final judgment of those who have died without believing in the Lord Jesus Christ, those who have died in unforgiveness. And he says in verse number 11 of Revelation chapter 20, I saw a great white throne and him that sat upon it, from whose face the earth and the heavens fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things written in the books according to their works. The thing that I noticed not too long ago reading this scripture, it doesn't say they're judged according to their sins. Evidently, their human race thinks they can do something to earn heaven. And so they're working to get to heaven. They're working to get to heaven. And when God opens the books and judges their works, nobody can do anything good enough to merit or get their way or work their way to heaven. And I saw, he says, the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and there were judged every man according to their works. And then verse number 14 says, and death and hell were delivered into the lake of fire. This is the second death, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. I'm not a hellfire brimstone preacher, I don't think, but I do believe in the Bible teaches a place that's going to be separated from God for those who have not believed. And this judgment is a future judgment. The Bible says, and I saw a great white throne. This takes place 1,000 years after, or at the end of the millennial reign. And the final judgment, it is a future judgment. So anybody who's not been prepared to go to heaven still has time to get prepared up till this point. Then there's a fair judgment. Verse 12 says, and I saw the dead, small and great. Don't make a difference who you are, where you live, what side of the tracks you live on, small or great, little, big, in between. This is a totally fair judgment because the records have been taken by the Lord, because it's a full judgment. Verse 12 says, and I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened. And so everything is written down. And it is a fearful judgment because number 12 says, out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. A man who thinks he can merit his way, work his way, earn his way, after what Jesus Christ has done for him, will be rejected. It's sad to think that when you think about the high cost of dying without Christ, that's eternal. So I encourage folks to know him before it is eternally too late. You all said? Amen. Thank you. I got to go back to my car and sit down.
Santa Marie, you're up.
I was talking, I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to thank you for your service to the community. I had noticed that you have separated the service authority from the board of supervisors. Well, I want to thank Mrs. Bender and all of you for helping the service authority. With all these problems, it has been chaos for a long time. It had a board of directors 32 years ago, but the board of directors never gave it the attention that it needed. But Mr. Wickley in 2019 that brought our attention to all these problems. It started the board of supervisors in the past did not pay attention what was happening with the service authority. It needed not thousands of dollars, but millions of dollars to fix or replace all the water tanks that were corroded or have mold. I would also like to know who is responsible for checking on this problem, the service authority or the supervisors. Also, I had the fines from 2019 and 2020 from the Department of Environment Quality been paid. I want to ask that. I'm also very grateful that you tried very hard to find the general manager for the service authority. Also, I want to thank Mr. Collins and all of you for concern about the water problem in Claydale and Pepper Mill. It was very nice of you to distribute a drinking water for the residents for free. 4 years ago, I don't remember, it was Claydale or Eden Estates that had the same problem, and the service authority was not kind. Are you aware? Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Turner?
Good evening. I live in James Madison. I stand before you today not as a resident, but as a voice of the next generation, the future of this county. We were raised on a promise of the American dream, that with hard work, any family could own a home, raise kids, and still have enough to live comfortably. From childhood, we were told that the dream was ours to earn, but something along the way, it slipped out of reach. Were we lied to? I don't think so. I believe it was stolen from our generation by decisions made over time that was prioritized profit over people. Decades of choices that favored short-term gains, unchecked developments, and corporate interest over the long-term well-being of local families. As of most recent data, the median single-family home in King George sells for around $438,000. The median household income is around $100,000. An individual is $47,000. In 2017, the median home sold for $290,000. The household income was $86,000, and individual income has stayed flat since then. In 8 years, house prices have raised 50% higher, and household income has increased 20%. Individual income nearly zero. That is the core problem of this crisis. How is it possible? We have new jobs, a higher minimum wage, and nonstop housing developments built in this county. Life hasn't gotten any more affordable for those of us born and raised here. Many of my peers don't see a future in King George. The jobs don't pay enough, housing is unaffordable, and the path to a stable life, home ownership, family, and community feels increasingly out of reach. Developers such as Ryan Homes with subdivisions such as Hop Yard, they keep building and building, but prices keep raising and raising. These aren't starter homes. They're out of reach for teachers, for EMTs, for young families. These developments weren't inevitable. They were approved. Each rising price tag is the result of choices, what to build, where, and for whom. And too often, it hasn't been for us. My generation is losing hope. We can't afford homes, we can't afford families, and we can't afford to stay. So to the board and my neighbors here tonight, are you satisfied with the future your children are going to inherit, the ones your grandchildren will grow up in? You, the board, have the power to stop this. You have the power to control zoning. You have power over development approval. You have the authority to stand up to developers. You can say no. You can demand affordable housing. You can demand housing that aligns with the income of King George residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I got Haywood. I think it's the first name. I can't read the last one. Starts with a J. Does that sound right? Haywood? No? All right. Pastor Shaw?
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist for the Northern Next Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top. Not speaking in my capacity as EDA member. New hat, survivor. In June of 1897, the New York Journal published a statement from Mark Twain, which has been paraphrased as follows: "The rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated." Now, those folks expecting my name to show up in the Stork Funeral Home webpage are disappointed. The EMTs at Company 1 down the street did not have to put their training into practice. As expected, through use, the old Peppermill 2 well continues to clean itself. As the particle sizes are getting smaller, the quantity of molecules are getting fewer. This one here is from 2 weeks ago. You can see a certain level of cloudiness. And this much clearer, perhaps almost crystal clear bottle, that was yesterday. We should be thankful that we did not have a series of catastrophic failures, as was the case in Richmond this past January. So, Service Authority, where are we going from here? You have a new general manager who starts later this month, and the new well in the Peppermill Claydale area should be online in a couple of months. May God bless the King George Renaissance, where crystal clear water brings a smile to a Service Authority customer's face. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Has anyone received any correspondence?
It's not something necessarily to be read in a public comment, but I did have a question from a resident today. He said that he's having trouble getting having trouble getting somebody to pump out his septic tank because he was told that Stafford is no longer accepting, and neither is Louisa County. Do you know anything about that?
I'll mention it in my board report when we get there.
Awesome, thanks.
No other correspondence? All right, then we'll close the public comment. We'll move on to reports of the members of the board. Yes. All right. Right ahead. All right. Ryan, are you there?
Thank you. Good evening. Ryan McGill, Shiloh District. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to thank all of you for your continued efforts to better the community. Specifically, I'd just like to thank Supervisor Binder and Supervisor Sullins. I had an opportunity to speak and see both of them recently at one of the community meetings regarding the solar project. And specifically, Supervisor Sullins, thank you for taking the time out of your weekend to come out to my property and walk around and talk with us for a little over an hour. I appreciate all of your dedication, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir. So we'll close the public comment right now. We'll move on to reports of members of the board. Lee Robotham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. We got a good crowd. It's good to see everybody here this evening. Ms. Lavelle, you covered it already. Thanks for noting the Service Authority. Due to the Claydale Peppermill well issues, on June 19th, we did hand out water to all the residents of the Claydale and Peppermill well. So thanks to those who came out, and thanks to the Service Authority for collecting that water for those people who may have needed it. For those who may have missed it at the last board meeting, just to remind everybody, because I had some inquiries already, but the Service Authority did reach out and hire a new general manager, and I believe they start next week. So just for everybody's awareness. Aside from that, I would just like to thank the board and the county staff and all those for some great events that you guys have put on recently. I know I had an opportunity to attend the food truck rodeo. I know there was a number of you there. I just want to say the county staff and folks did a great job putting that on.
That was all me. Amy helped a little bit, though.
I was about to say, well, I think the Guess Who board with all the board members and the county staff definitely wasn't you, but good job, Amy. I appreciate that. No, I just want to thank everybody for that. It was a great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Mr. Stroud, are you ready, or you want to wait? I know you like to think a little bit.
Yes, sir. I can go ahead and go.
All right.
So I guess first, I think everybody spoke, but I'd like to address Mr. Keith Turner, right? Because you're from my district. So you're Your comments are interesting. Your numbers, may or may not match the other numbers that are, whenever you start Googling median income in the area. But nationally, we're one of the highest, this county has one of the highest median incomes. So that's high. And that you're addressing home prices going up. All the homeowners, the people who are selling or the homeowners, they're not probably that unhappy about it. But we would have a very hard time. I don't even know how in the world we'd stop or want property values to stop going up. And I think there would be a lot more people unhappy with that than there would be happy. The challenge that you're addressing is how do you afford it? I lived a number of years now. And, for many years, 23 of them was in the Marine Corps, and I can tell you, most places that I lived, I couldn't afford to live out in town. If I didn't live on base, I would have had a tough time finding a place to live. So, trying to come to the government and tell the government to provide you a home or provide you affordable housing isn't necessarily what happens in a capitalistic society. It's an incentive for us to get a job that pays more, for us to do better for ourselves, to find a way to get more money. That doesn't involve, stealing or selling drugs, but it involves improving ourselves some way. I mean, this is what I did, okay? Just figure out, how am I going to make more money? Well, I need to get a job that pays more. I need to start a business. I need to start doing something. There was a time where I picked up cans to pay for gas. So, us trying to provide affordable housing and everything you said, and you can come and meet with me, I'll be more than happy to meet with you, is I didn't hear any solutions other than us to provide affordable housing and provide some solutions. How do we do that? Okay. So, it's a tough one. This is not a place. If you're looking for an affordable housing, you need a place to live that's much more affordable, probably change states, at least change counties. Okay. That's probably the best solution because that's where you're going to find more affordable. That's what other people do. I'm telling you, I talk to people and then they leave. The people who come here from Northern Virginia, they find this more affordable than where they came from. That's why they're coming here. So it's perspective. I know your perspective now. So, and you know mine. But thank you for sharing it. I mean, that's what we're here for, and we need to hear that. But a solution is something we probably need to talk over in an office or somewhere. Okay. I too enjoyed the food truck rodeo, and like to thank all the folks that put that on, especially Mr. Muncie's folks that were out there, and Miss Southall and her team of cowpokes. They did a great job. The food trucks, I think, sold out. I ate some different things and had a really good time. That was a great event. So thank you, ma'am. And everybody that participated and everybody that came and showed up. The only other thing I have to say, I guess, is I received a call, one call in particular. I've received some other calls about the way that personal property taxes are calculated. And it's interesting in the way they have it. I've got my own questions about it and had my questions over the years. So what I did is I asked Ms. Puckett to come in and talk tonight, basically brief everybody on how it's done. And that way, rather than everybody calling me individually or calling another supervisor or maybe even going to the office, they get it all at once and we can kind of address it. So I will welcome anybody. If you have a question, you can email us or raise your hand or call in and ask it. And let's kind of clear the air tonight on that. So that's all I've got, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Collins?
I'll go ahead and after Ms. Bender, if you don't mind.
Ms. Bender?
Why not? All right. I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. Appreciate it. Mr. Turner, the questions you asked, they don't even have answers at the state or federal level. So maybe you can be part of the solution, as Mr. Stroud said, and help start those conversations. So thank you for coming and sharing what your thoughts and feelings and what you're hearing from your cohorts in your generation. So thank you. And thank you everybody else who spoke tonight. I'm just going to mention a couple things. I was at the Rappahannock River Basin Commission, and one of the things I want to mention is there were other delegates there, state delegates, and they were talking. We had a speaker there from Dominion who talked about water and electricity and grid issues, especially concerning data centers in the Rappahannock River being on the most endangered list, number 6 on the endangered river list. So one of the things I pointed out that, we have all these mandates like having us go to surface water and the aquifer and all this, but there's never money that goes with these mandates. It comes from the federal level and the state level. And so I challenged the delegates and the other board members and a couple of the other localities, the Westmoreland and Lancaster County, their supervisors spoke in and said, yeah, you offer all these incentives at the state level to bring in folks, businesses, a lot of tax revenue that goes back to these businesses, and also all the mandates. And they say, you got to do it, but you have to find a way to pay for it. So I said, with the service authority that has 4,700 customers and 28,000 residents of King George, how do we afford a $200 million wastewater treatment plant? So I challenged them, how do we do it? Maybe all these mandates, there should be money comes down to help these localities be able to do this. And so they did put together 4 committees to try to discuss different issues that by the legislature time, we can promote things to maybe some of the senators and delegates in the State House can promote to help the communities. And I got appointed to chair the one about surface water intakes. I kind of volunteered for it. So I said that's what I'm living in now, so I might as well volunteer for it. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And then the one other thing is I did get appointed, and it was my turn up again to be the chair of the George Washington Regional Commission for FY 25-26. And I'll mention the thing, Mr. Sullins, in my report about the sludge, because it really goes with the service authority. So I'll mention it then. Thank you.
Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out. It's good to see everyone, those online. We get a lot of feedback from the folks that are online. Sometimes you wonder if anybody's watching, but just wait a week and you'll find out that they are. Mr. Stroud spoke about solutions to whatever problem exists. And so there's many capable bodies up here that represent you, but we don't have all the answers. And if people have solutions, we will run them into the ground to come up with answers to problems. Mr. Turner, so not to get too much into what you talked about, but so I always hear affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. And I've asked everyone that has ever said that word, what does that mean? And nobody can give me a definition. Does that mean subsidized housing? Does that mean housing that you can afford at whatever level? What is the number for affordable housing, wherever? So I think a lot of times that means subsidized housing, not affordable housing. This is what I hear. As the June deadline for the file Department of Elections to file for being a candidate for the Board of Supervisors, which is, there's 2 up. There's my spot and Ms. Bender's spot. You have until June, I think it was 14th, to file your campaign information. And many of you might have noticed that I haven't filed my campaign. And to let the cat out of the bag a little bit, obviously I'm not running. I had to deal with some medical issues that keep me pretty busy these days and will keep me busy in the future. There are 2 people running for my spot. One's a conservative and one's not. So they have already been out on the trail, and they've been out, they were at the Tea Party debate last week. I was going to run for state senator, but I decided not to. I missed the filing deadline. But anyhow, I'd like to thank everyone with your support in the 4 years and the 8 years on the school board. I've always tried to make decisions that are best for the community. So, you know, in life, you either glorify yourself or you glorify the Lord. And glorifying yourself is the wrong thing to do, especially when you listen to Reverend Davis earlier. So I've always, on every decision, I've tried to glorify the Lord. And, you know, I've gotten a lot of heat over some of the things that I've said and done, and I don't lose any sleep over any of it. Because I know I've always doing the right thing for the people that the Lord wants me to do. Just because I'm not going to run doesn't mean I won't be around. I might be worse than before. That's what you might want to worry about, because when you're up here, it is possible, Mr. Davis. You just
I'm
don't
at
know.
home and I believe that, Mr. Collins.
What?
I'm at home and I believe that.
Hush up now. So, you know, when you're up here on the board, I know you folks sometimes wonder about my mouth and whether I've said something a little bit too much, but I've actually harnessed a lot of my thoughts. So when I'm off the board, there will be no harness. So I look forward to seeing all y'all again up here, standing over there. And I got a lot to say. All right. Well, thank you all so much.
I look forward to saying your time is up. All right.
Well, my time is going to be up sooner than I want it to be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Sullins?
All right. First off, yeah, the harness up here will be off, but the Holy Spirit still should be your guide. So that being said, thank y'all for coming out. Mr. Turner, just like everybody else, I want to address your thing because I do think it's important. And I want you to understand, we're not trying to minimize it at all. I especially, I've got 3 children. One's a Marine. He lives in Florida because that's where the Marines tell him to live. The other one's a teacher. He lives in Stafford because that's where he can afford to live. You know, he and his wife, that's just where they can afford to live. My daughter lives in my basement. Her husband, and he's got a great job making a lot of money. But, you know, I told him that the place where you're living, it's not great. You're welcome to come live in our basement and stay there until, you know, the market rights itself a little bit and there's something better out there. But the thing is, the market drives housing costs. The local builders are going to keep building larger, more expensive houses because that's what people are willing to pay for, and we can't control that. Don't want to control that. Like Mr. Stroud said, you know, it's a capitalist society, and we can't, you know, help with that. But we are looking to try to find ways of regulating things a little bit. In fact, we're going to be talking about that a little bit tonight. But I don't know if you've ever played SimTown or SimCity, when you know that for every gain, there's a loss somewhere else. There's always an opportunity cost. So for each decision we make, you know, we may be making half the county happy, but the other half's going to be upset with us for some reason. So all these things we have to weigh over, pray over, really put some thought into it, make sure that we're trying to do the right thing for as much of the county as possible. So long story short, I don't have a solution for you, but we're not trying to minimize the problem either. It is one that I get up front, front row seats every day. For me personally, it's great because I get to see my granddaughter every day. But for my children, like you, they want to buy a home. So yeah, I recognize the issue. Everybody else, thank y'all for coming. Thank you for sharing with us tonight. As far as stuff that I've been doing over the last few weeks, I got to have a chat with Emily at Historyland Memorial Park. They did the Wreaths Across America last year, and they're going to do that again this year. And there's a thing they're looking, the sponsors for Wreaths Across America has an education thing that goes around the country and will come to schools. And so they're trying to bring that into town, maybe in 2026. It's a little bit too late to ask for it this year, but I'm trying to organize a meeting with a couple school board members and Emily and myself and Mr. Davis to try to bring that in. Got to participate in the George Washington Regional Council and cast my vote in favor of Ms. Bender. Actually, I don't think we voted on that. I think it's a rotational thing, but we did vote on I guess endorsing or verifying, but that was kind of a neat thing. So she's going to be running that show next year, which is going to be fun and interesting. Had 3 different engagements at various locations for the Gibson Solar thing. I got another one coming up here in the next week or so. So there's a lot of conversations going on about that, and it's really cool in that the county is actually engaging and talking and chatting. I'm able to talk with people from both sides, and I would encourage you, keep reaching out to us. Help us understand what your viewpoint is, and as we vote on that, again, we always try to strive to pass what is good for the county and what the folks in the county want. But on so many things, we're left guessing until after the fact, and then we get the, well, y'all really, okay, well, we did what we thought was right, but in a vacuum, that's all we got to go on is what we think is right. So thank you for engaging us on that. And then finally got to go to the Tea Party Candidate Forum for a brief period. My wife wasn't feeling very well that night, so we had to scoot out pretty early, but I heard that got to be fairly colorful. So I wish I'd stuck around for it. But that's about it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I'll end it out. Thanks everyone for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. I just appreciate the community engagement and people being involved. Mr. Turner, I will tell you that some of the things that you said, I agree with them. And when we ran, I've been in this seat now for 1.5 years. We ran on no more huge subdivisions. We ran on the fact that we didn't want developers coming into our county from other states, buying up property, making their millions and rolling out. And that's exactly what's happened. And we put some things in place. We're working on things in place where that doesn't happen anymore. I'm well aware that if there's another hop yard, we've lost this town completely. If there's another one of those, we will become Stafford. There is no stopping it at that point. As far, people always ask about like wages and things, but my question is always, why do things have to cost more? That's where my mind goes. Like, yeah, maybe wages should go up, but why are things automatically just have to go up? The only way we can battle that on a local level is we haven't raised taxes the past 2 years. I mean, we are the lowest taxes in the Northern Neck, I believe, in the region. So, and that's purposely done. We ran on that. There's some things coming, as we talk about, they're coming to a head where whether things will have to be raised in the future or whether there's going to have to be more industry coming in to pick up that bill from the constituents, because we don't want to pass it on. In the past, it's been developer, and more rooftops was always the answer. And we ran because we know that's not the answer. More people creates more problems. More people creates more bills. That's just what it does. So on that, that's why I ran, was to stop those things from happening again. And we'll be talking more about that today. As far as what I've been doing, I've been to a few events, but today I got to ride around with Congressman Vindman for a little bit. He came down to see us, and he has, whether he's your political party or not, I will say one thing he's done that I hadn't gotten in the past was he has a representative that's assigned to King George County who's always in King George County, coming down here, finding out what they can do. And no matter what side it is, you have to work across the aisle, because if there's grants and things out there that ease the burden on our county and they can do some work for us, then I'm willing to work across the aisle to make sure those things take place. And, we got to talk to him today he had questions about the data center and the lawsuit, and we had to explain to them that there is no lawsuit, and they finally understood. They're going to check into some of those things. And we brought some service authority issues, and we brought the property that we own down on the Potomac River that we can't do anything with. And really, it takes an act of Congress for us to be able to sell that property. And what could he do? What could they do to help us unload that property? I think it's valued like $1.5 million, $1.6 million, something like that. But we're just kind of tied with it. It's next to other residential homes. What do you do? So we'll see how that goes. We went out and visited some other small businesses and just, and he's looking to see what he can do to help. I'm willing to listen. If they're willing to help the people of King George, I'm willing to listen to what they have to say. But I'll end it with thank you guys for being here, and I appreciate it. and we will close reports to members of the board, and we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? By roll call, Mr. Stroud,
Aye.
Ms. Bender,
Aye.
Mr. Collins,
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. I'll move on to constitutional officers. Ms. Regina Puckett. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking time away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I would like to provide information on the methodology for taxation on personal property for King George County. We receive downloads from DMV weekly, which means we have the original cost of the vehicle and we have the vehicle identification number that reflects the make, model, year, and specifics of the vehicle to include additional features. We send a file from personal property to a software company called Keystone Information Systems. In the past, we were able to send the file directly to JD Power. However, now all localities must go through a third-party software company to utilize JD Power valuation services. JD Power then provides the clean trade-in value to us using the VIN and applying a high mileage discount if warranted. By sending the file with the mileage entered into the taxpayer's account, JD Power is able to ensure that a discount is applied to the value if they qualify. Unfortunately, this means that only one value is reflected in the taxpayer's account and in turn printed on the tax bill. We've had a lot of people express concerns that the discount was not applied. We do receive a complete file from JD Power as an Excel spreadsheet in which we are able to look into the matter. If the taxpayer contacts our office, we are able to let the taxpayer know exactly how much of a discount was applied. There are instances where JD Power is not able to provide a value to us. The process of providing used car value guidance involves JD Power gathering resale transactions from the marketplace. Once a vehicle is sold brand new, it takes time for them to begin to resell on the used car market. Once JD Power begins gathering resale data, they need to accrue a statistically significant sample before they begin publishing guidance. There's no set time frame for this, but this will occur 12 to 18 months after sold new for most vehicles. For lower circulation vehicles, this can take longer. When we experience an issue where JD Power is not able to provide a value, we then use a depreciation schedule. For new vehicles, the first year of purchase, we use 95% of the cost. Second year, 90% of the cost. Third year, 85% of the cost, and so on. King George County was previously a non-prorating locality. That meant that each taxpayer was taxed on the personal property they owned as of January 1st each year. If you purchased a vehicle after the first of the year, you were not taxed on that vehicle until the following year. If you sold a vehicle after the first of the year, you continue to pay on that vehicle for the remainder of the year. In 2023, there were public hearings held to change from non-prorating to begin to prorate. This change would mean that each taxpayer would then be taxed on the amount of time they owned the vehicle. On September 19th, 2023, the Board of Supervisors approved that change. The change became effective January 1st, 2024. If anyone has any questions or concerns regarding their value, we are always willing to look into their account and explain the way the value was obtained. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So in giving an example that, say, I had a vehicle and that I was driving, and then in January, and say January the 10th, I went and bought a new vehicle, and then January the 12th, I sold my used vehicle. Which one am I paying taxes on?
You would have to own the vehicle at least 15 days to be taxed on it.
Okay. So the used vehicle that I sold on the 12th, would I still be paying taxes on it?
No, not if you bought it on the 1st. Did
Oh,
you
no.
buy it on the this
That's
year
the new
or the
vehicle.
previous?
No, I already had the vehicle. It's a used vehicle I've had for, 5 years. Okay. And I buy a new vehicle on the 10th. On the 12th, I sell my used vehicle. Am I paying taxes on both of those vehicles?
Your used vehicle, you would not pay taxes on if you sold it on the 12th.
Okay.
Your new one, you would begin to pay taxes on
The next tax period?
the,
Or the,
for beginning, yes, in January 15th.
it'd begin then, but so next time I pay personal property tax, that would go back until the time I bought the vehicle in January.
Correct.
But I wouldn't see the used vehicle that I sold on the 12th.
You would not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And thank you again for coming tonight.
You're welcome. Thanks for asking me.
Any other questions? Mr. Collins?
Madam Commissioner, will you be here for the public hearing on the tax exempt for charitable? Will you be here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll have a few questions then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We got the school board chair here tonight. Did you have something you wanted us to talk about? You're good? All right, just want to make sure. All right, so what we're going to do is, and I should have done this beforehand, but instead of making you guys wait through the board of directors and all that and then come back, I'm going to bump you guys to right now so we can start the public hearing if that's okay. You pull that up. And because we have Ms. Puckett here as well. So this is, what's the case number on that?
It's item 0702 on your agenda. I'm not sure. There's no specific case because this is not something that came into community development when there's a specific case number, sir.
Okay. So we have a public hearing for 07-02 that's been properly advertised. First, we're going to hear from, is there staff to speak on this, or are we speaking directly with you? All right, so we'll hear from staff first, and then you'll step up and we'll hear from you. Then we'll head out to public comment after that, okay? Mr. Stewart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you all will see in your packet, as Mr. Smolnik said, 0702, a tax exemption for charitable entities by designation. And this comes straight from the Code of Virginia. Pursuant to Article 10, subsection 6A6 of the Constitution, you can in fact allow charitable organizations for specific purposes to become tax exempt in a county. So I drafted this ordinance according to Virginia law. You'll see there are about 8 categories that you would look for. So what they would do is they would come in, they would apply for that. The board would have to look at that and determine if in fact they qualified for it pursuant to these factors. I'm happy to go through and read them all, but otherwise I would just answer questions that anyone might have. Or Ms. Puckett could answer questions either way.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Stewart?
So is this for personal property or?
Personal property and real property of the charitable organization. Now, there's another code section that allows you to make tax exempt property of another not owned by the organization, and that gets a little more tricky, and I did not draft anything for that because that wasn't the direction that I was given. So this is just for real or personal property of the organization itself. And it's got to be used in connect. It can't just own it and, you know, it's their Ferrari that they go to parties on weekend. It's actually got to be the equipment that they use in their mission for charitable purposes. Not that you have a Ferrari. But
I have some questions.
you might.
Ms. Puckett, it's staff.
I don't know, but I don't know.
For them to go first.
Sure.
I'll call you guys up. Come on.
Mr. Chairman, you ought to open the public hearing, I think, before you have anybody talk on it.
All right, I thought that's what I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I opened up properly advertised, right?
Yes, sir. It was advertised for tonight.
Yeah, so public hearing open, yes. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Good evening. So I'm glad to be back before y'all this evening. I know I've been up here twice previously and trying to figure this all out. And definitely want to give a huge thank you to Mr. Smolnick and the staff and Commissioner of Revenue. This has been, I don't know, a lot of back and forth in trying to figure this out. I think when I initially contacted, it was Mr. Smolnick's like second or third day on the job. So definitely been glad to work this all out with them. For us at 516 Project, we moved into King George County officially last year, and that was after leaving Caroline County. We've been in existence for 9.5 years. We'll be celebrating our 10-year anniversary in March of next year. And through that, what we do is to help folks that are in need of home repairs is our kind of number one priority. And then secondarily to that is we do disaster response to areas that have been affected by natural disasters, whether it's hurricanes, floods, tornadoes. So with that, we do travel around. In the realm of this work, we do have several trucks, trailers, heavy equipment, things like that we utilize in order to provide this service. And being able to have the tax exemption allows us to be able to serve more people because it saves us those dollars from being able to pay into the county that we can then in turn be able to serve the county. One of the great things that I think is a benefit to King George of us being here, aside from the fact that we are working in the community and helping people, is that we are helping with affordable housing, as that's been mentioned earlier tonight, through helping people keep their homes, stay in their homes, continue to live in the county longer before they have to go into assisted living or things like that. Through our wheelchair ramp program, there's a retired widow that lives right up here on Route 301 that we helped 2 years ago. We were able to remodel the interior of her home to give her a new kitchen that she was able to use, as well as a porch and safe access to her home. So things like that allow us to work within the community and make a difference that not only impacts individual families, but impacts the community as a whole. I don't know, I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all have about what we do and how we do it. As I think we talked about this before, but our name is based off of Matthew 5:16, which is let your light so shine before men that they would see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. And that's truly what we try to do through everything that we do, is to be able to be a light for God in the community through our actions, through our words, and through the way that we serve individuals in their homes.
Collins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you own personal property, trucks, trailers?
Yes, sir.
Do you own any real property?
No, sir.
Okay. So why would you want an exemption from the real property if you don't own it, any real property? Do you anticipate owning real property?
I mean, potentially, eventually, at this point, like I said, we do own several trucks and trailers that we utilize for the work, as well as a couple of small pieces of heavy equipment. So that was the main objective in talking with the county attorney, Mr. Smolnick, based on how Virginia code was written. It sounded like it was kind of all into one piece of the code was my understanding.
What is your tax burden in King George?
Do you have that, Bill?
How much do you pay in taxes?
I believe the bill from last year was just shy of 10,000, and that will of course be growing as we grow the organization and add property to that.
Okay, thank you.
Stones?
Yes, sir. So the first question there is whether you're exempt from taxation pursuant to 501c. Are you at the federal level considered a tax exempt organization?
Yes, we are a 501c3 organization. Yes, sir.
Okay. Gotcha. How long have you been around?
We've started so we've been 9.5 years. We'll be celebrating our 10-year anniversary in 2026.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I also see Love Thy Neighbors on this list too. Can I ask Love Thy Neighbor a question?
Hello. Would you like me to talk, or you want to just ask the question?
No, I'm going to ask the question. You'll answer it, hopefully. Does Love Thy Neighbor own personal property in King George?
So we currently have, the only thing we're being taxed on right now is our refrigerated van. Now, in my 5 to 10 year plan, I do hope to own real estate at some point. We're sort of operating out of a closet right now with no loading dock, not enough parking. So we do foresee a bigger home at some point in the future. So I would love to get an exemption from that for the future as well, if possible.
I'm not real keen on giving people future tax exempts. I would be more keen on what it is now. Because that could open the door for a lot of things. What is your tax burden in King George?
I believe my last tax bill for the van was $1,200, give or take. And I don't know if that's a twice a year or once a year hit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And if I may briefly say, the nonprofit world's a fairly small one, and we all sort of get to know each other. The 516 Project has an excellent reputation.
You can stay. Mr. Sullins?
Actually, this question, oh, there he is. This question is for the county attorney. Okay, sorry. So I know these programs and I'm comfortable with this for now, but if something should happen in the future, one of the programs evolves, it gets out of hand, it's abusing the privilege. Can this be revoked down the road if it were to be warranted?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that based upon these factors, it could be revoked if it changes. Mr. Chairman, the other thing I want to point out, that the cart may be a little before the horse. The board would have to first adopt the ordinance and then consider their specific applications. And just so the board is aware, if you look at each one of those factors, paragraph C requires you to consider all of those factors 1 through 8. Now, they are having a public hearing, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't get lost that you'd have to act. And I don't know if you want to act on the ordinance tonight or not. A lot of times you have a public hearing and let it go for 2 weeks, but you need to act on that first, then act on that application, and you have to consider the factors for each organization. That's what the law of Virginia and the Constitution requires. I want to make sure I'm explaining that correctly.
Say that again.
Excuse me?
Just explain it again.
What?
Explain it
Say
again.
it again, please.
So tonight we have before us, essentially this was brought on by these organizations asking that you consider them to be tax exempt. You first have to adopt an ordinance pursuant to a public hearing which we've advertised. And I think theirs could be considered as part of that public hearing process. So you'd have to act on the ordinance and vote it up or down tonight if you wish. A lot of times you all like to wait 2 weeks on an ordinance just to let the public look at it or whatever. Then you can act on their request. But we do need to make sure that we've got that information. Regina may have it. I don't know if Matt or the board members have it, but you should have that information to make your decision on those factors. Whether they're a 501c or something, whether they sell alcohol, whether they have an alcoholic licensed beverage, whether officers or directors of the organizations get paid compensation. There are a number of factors you've got to consider before you actually act on the request.
I don't believe we have that information.
Well, that's why I bring that up. I think when it comes to taxation, you have to take, the Constitution of the United States and Virginia requires you to tax everybody equally. And when you make an exception, there are certain things you have to do to lawfully exempt someone. So I just want to make sure we got the steps down. Nothing, no difficulty. It's just becomes more complicated when you're talking about taxes because you don't want to be accused of discrimination.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I ask?
Mr. Collins, yes, sir.
So, Mr. Stewart, so can you exempt just the personal property and not the real estate?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever they request, and you have to look at those factors, apply those factors to the request, and then actually you, the board, make the decision, not the Commissioner of Revenue.
So their request is for personal property and future real estate.
I don't know how you would apply it to future real estate because one of the factors is what are they using it for? In the midst,
Plus, you can't really bind another board,
you cannot bind another board in that regard.
so that would be problematic. So how about churches? Couldn't they come for an exemption also?
Churches, my understanding is, and you're catching me cold on this, but if they have a religious purpose, any property used for a religious purpose is not taxed.
That is
There are questions that come up, sometimes about schools on the church and things like that, whether or not it's a true religious purpose, but they generally are tax exempt.
So how about other organizations in King George that are charitable, 501c3? They can come for an exemption also? Ms. Puckett, do you know how many of those are in King George?
To my knowledge, there's only one. It's Project Faith, and they've already been through this process.
Okay. So, but there's only one now, but there want to be two more, right? So there'd be three. Okay, thank you.
If I could, just to, I guess, make sure I understand and make sure what I think is being presented tonight. What we're looking at with the ordinance is to have the ordinance be put into place to allow us to apply for that exemption. This ordinance isn't saying that we're automatically exempt. So, right.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. You would then have the
That's what,
factors.
so us and Love Thy Neighbor, we've paid the fee to do the promotion of this, to be able to say, okay, we would like this ordinance to be in place that it would allow us to apply for that exemption.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Collins.
So I don't have a problem with it. I do have a problem with future real estate because I don't know what that means. And I don't want to bind somebody else, another board, to that decision. I'm more interested in what's current. And so the reason I asked you in Love Thy Neighbor what your tax burden was, so I need to know what taxes we're not going to get to see what the totality of the circumstance will be for the taxpayers.
Sure, absolutely.
So that's why I asked those questions, not to show favor or not favor. I like both of your organizations, there's no doubt about that. So when the time comes, I would be in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Anyone else have anything to add? All right, so we can open the floor up.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's anyone else that wanted, I'm sorry, open the remainder for continue.
Public comment?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, so James Robertson, right? You want to speak again? Okay. Sheila Burns?
Good evening. I'm Sheila Burns. As stated, I'm from the Shiloh district, and I've moved to King George when I was 2 months old. So due to the gray hair, that's been a few years. But anyway, I have been volunteering with 516 Project for the 9.5 years of their existence. And as being a King George resident and hearing that it would be basically a $10,000 loss of revenue to the county, but I also feel that the county reaps a much larger benefit than that $10,000 in which the organization gives back to the county and its residents. Like James had mentioned, there's home repairs that occur, wheelchair ramps, repairs to kitchens that are falling through the floor, roofs that are leaking and providing unsafe conditions for the homes. If disaster hits our county, the 516 Project will be the first ones probably on the site to help out, tarping roofs, mucking out homes, whatever's necessary to get the ball rolling to keep people safe and get them back into their homes. One thing that James did not happen to mention just now, we also do a food ministry for the food insecure. Right now, we primarily go into Stafford County and provide a hot meal for the food insecure, and that's about 100 meals plus per month that we are doing in that area. But we could also be doing that in King George if we had the availability to go into the county to do that. So my vote is that I would appreciate if we do allow these organizations to have the exemption on their personal property for tax relief there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Is there anyone online? Has anyone received any correspondence? All right. So I will close public comment at this time, and I'll move to the board for discussion, action. Your will to adopt the public ordinance to allow these people to apply for tax exemption.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So you had a public hearing, and to adopt the ordinance, don't you have to wait a period of time to adopt an ordinance?
You don't have to, but a lot of times, I think you all do, others, they wait, but you can act tonight if you choose to.
On a
the
tax
adoption of
ordinance?
the ordinance.
On a tax ordinance? It's not required?
We advertise it as a public hearing, that's what's required. You don't have to wait. You can if you want to, you can act on it tonight. It really is up to y'all.
What's the will of the board? Mr. Sullins?
I would like to wait. I don't have the information that was talked about to answer those 8 questions. And I would like to give the folks that may be hearing about this for the first time to mull it over and provide some comment back to us. I mean, on the surface, I think I'm in favor of it, but I would like to wait.
Mr. Stroud?
I'm indifferent.
You are different. Spender?
I actually agree with 2 other board members, Mr. Sullins and actually Mr. Collins. I agree with you on, I know, maybe that's why there's thunder outside.
What do you agree with me on?
I agree that the real estate part might be a little cart before the horse and just do the personal property.
That's why I was asking, can we revoke this later if need be?
I say we put a time on it of the next meeting, 2 weeks from now. That'd be good. That'd be good for everyone involved. All right.
So can I make a comment?
Sure.
So I don't really have a problem with the ordinance as written, and I looked over that, the information that Mr. Sullins requested is justified, and also give it a little bit of time for people to react to it. But I think that you'll have a positive response in 2 weeks. That's my guess.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So one of the provisions of this as well is that an exemption can be revoked. Just so people are aware.
All right, then I need a motion to close the public hearing. Let's close it. All right, so public hearing is closed at this time. Thank you. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
I have a point of order.
Go ahead.
What's the white thing at the end of the thing?
Camera.
Camera?
See the real big one at the back of the room too?
No, I just like to know my surroundings.
Very paranoid.
Thank you.
All right, so this time I hand off Ms. Bender for the Board of Directors. Thank you guys for being here.
Give you a quick second to
Stay dry.
leave. First up for the Board of Directors, can I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Move that we approve the consent agenda as presented in the agenda package.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly second. Any discussion? All right, I'll do by roll call. Mr. Robotham.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Solons.
Aye.
Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, we have a change order for the Courthouse to Circle Water Interconnect. Mr. Bryce Young. Just a little bit of information. I wanted to cue it up. As some may know, and actually all across the United States, aging infrastructure, especially water and sewer lines that have been put in a long time ago, people in the past didn't really give an accurate representation of what was in the ground. So sometimes when you dig stuff up, you find out things are not really what is needed. But I do know from now on, Mr. Young and his staff and the Service Authority, even the two previous general managers ago, have been trying to catalog when they have to replace things so that we have the proper information about pipe size and what's in the ground. So Mr. Young, take it away.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm here presenting change order number 1 for the Courthouse to Circle Water Interconnect. Change order 1 includes modifications to pipe alignment and valve configurations to accommodate for insufficient pipe materials and unsuspected pipe orientation of existing infrastructure at the tie-in point on Circle Loop. This piping configuration will include crossing the road to tie into C900 pipe. This change order in the amount of $13,676.69 will be allocated from the Service Authority General Fund. Staff recommended action is to authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors designee to execute the change order 1 to the agreement with J. Sanders in the amount of $13,676.69. Staff also recommends moving on this action to prevent any costly delays in construction.
One other thing to that point is that we have, Mr. Rasavi, before he left, and myself have received several phone calls from DEQ, especially about these ARPA projects and how we're spending the money. And there is pressure to make sure that, to claw back some money that isn't spent. So a delay might cause, number one, the project to stall, and number two, another phone call from DEQ of why it's not moving forward. So any questions? Mr. Solons.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Young, I got a question. I was looking over this over on Sunday, and I see we've got a foreman, an operator, skilled laborer, pipe fitter, a laborer. I won't bother reading all of them, but I feel like there's a joke always that, when work is being done, there's like 1 or 2 people working and 4 or 5 people observing. And that certainly looks like if we've got a foreman and a project superintendent and a manager, do we need all those people watching?
They all do have different roles, and this is kind of getting into the means and methods of the contractor. This is the low bid contractor per Virginia procurement. So we don't have a whole lot of say in means and methods in that aspect. That being said, we did negotiate with the contractor to trim costs wherever we could and wherever we saw we could get anything.
Okay. But they are distinctly different roles. It's not 3 or 4 guys standing around watching it happen.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Collins.
So I guess we're back to our old ways, change orders. I thought we nipped that in the bud a year and a half ago. But so this is exactly what these contractors do. They come in and they nickel and dime you to death. It's $13,000 a day. It's $50,000 a MAR, and then it's a $1.2 million. Look at the projects in King George. They've always had these change orders until a year and a half ago. So I am, Mr. Solons talked about the foreman, project superintendent, and project manager. That's just nonsense. All them people are not going to be there. We know that. It's just a way of boosting cost. And then they give a contractor's fee of 15%. What's that? They already got their profit involved in it. And then, you go look at the material list. That's bloated also. So this is just another shenanigans on these contractors for this change order. And, I don't know how y'all feel about it. Well, I thought we took care of change orders a year and a half ago, and here we are back in the same boat. Just because I'm leaving doesn't mean I'm not working until December 31st of this year. The hope curtail some of these shenanigans before I go.
I knew we can't miss a meeting without that word, shenanigans. But I know specifically on this one is when they dug up the ground, they found out the pipe was not the proper size for what we're doing, correct?
It was 3-inch thin wall PVC, and nobody's comfortable tying into that due to structural concerns of that pipe, given that we are tying an 8-inch into it.
And this goes back to what I said previously, that unfortunately, when a lot of these pipes were laid in the ground, there was no real record. And
That's
so
correct.
I've heard this all over the state being, at different boards, and also read articles on it, that this happens all over the country, unfortunately, with older infrastructure, is people just put it in the ground and didn't really catalog it. They just kind of told you where it was. And then when you dig it up, you find out it might be a little different in the ground. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
So January 26th of 2026, January 1, I'm going to open a business in King George. And I'm going to rob you all like the rest of these people are doing.
You got your contractor license and your engineering license?
I will.
Great, great. We'll have another bid, Mr. Smolnick.
I'm going to have Mr. Rasavi working with me. We're going to be partners.
No, I think he's fishing now. And his wife did tell me she gave him a honey-do list, so he'll be very busy.
But so somebody knew something, because you don't just say, okay, I'm going to do this. Oh my goodness gracious. We got a 3-inch line. Well, somebody knew the water was going through a 3-inch line, because if it was going through a line that's smaller or bigger, you would know the pressure. So this, again,
Size of the line does not control the pressure of the line.
you can't have a certain amount of PSI with a certain size line. Am I right or wrong?
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Mr. Collins, I don't think we're here for a debate society.
No, I want to get to the crux of the problem with this,
But he's answering properly. I'm not going to have you grill him. He's answering properly. This is an issue that unfortunately, when they dug it up in the ground, they found the pipe was different.
Ask the question.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Here's my question for you is, how long has that 3-inch pipe been in the ground?
Judging by the pipe material, granted we don't have any record showing when it was put in the ground, I would say since the 80s.
So there's a piece of pipe in the ground that's been there since the 80s. So when I came in office in January 2nd of 2024, I gave a speech right here saying we inherited a mess. So we're going to continue to find a mess. There's no way possible with the way that they've tracked data and the way stuff's been done in this town, and you know that, Mr. Collins, that anyone even knew most likely that there was 3-inch pipe in the ground. Now, maybe hindsight is when we're doing projects like this, maybe before someone bids on something, someone should go out and dig it up and find out what's actually in the ground before we even start the project. Maybe they should go out and dig it up, or whoever wants to, and we figure out what we're getting into, right? As opposed to guessing, because we don't know.
Yeah, we can have service authority staff and pothole the lines in the future.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good, and that is just going to set us up. So now we know exactly what we're jumping into. We always run the things Mr. Collins is right about. They're going to dig us a well, and then we find out, well, the soil's different than what we thought it was going to be, and we need to go deeper, or it's harder, or whatever it is. So I agree with them. But from 1980s, in my understanding, we were just slapping stuff together with Band-Aids and duct tape around here most of the time anyway. So we're going to keep coming across these issues, and I don't want to do anything to slow this project up. So I'm going to make a motion to authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors.
I'm not finished asking questions.
You can discuss after that. I can still make a motion.
We're asking him questions still.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, ask your question, Mr. Collins.
So was there an engineering report done on this?
Yes.
There was engineering. So why don't we charge the engineer $13,000 because they didn't have their information correct?
They based their information on what we were able to supply to them. In order for them to base their design around it, we would have had to supply the information, and that would have increased the engineering cost, and this cost would have been included in the bid. So ultimately, it would have been the final cost plus the extra engineering cost.
You have another question?
Nope, just can't wait till January.
Mr. David, or Mr. Solons, do you have a question?
Was the concern with the 3-inch pipe, is it the concern the diameter or the material that it's made out of?
Both. The
Okay.
diameter wouldn't allow the volume of the flow, and the material wouldn't have allowed the pressure fluctuations.
Sure. Okay.
And you have a 40-year-old PVC pipe in the ground. I find us somewhat responsible for some of this because this is the type of stuff like we should be going out there finding out what pipe is in the ground. And I'm talking to the Service Authority. We should know what's in the ground, what's being bid on, so that people are set up for, so we don't run into stuff like this. You know, of course, people are going to take advantage of us if we don't have our ducks in a row. If that's what you're worried about, if we don't know, they're not going to help us know. You know, you good? Can I make a motion?
Go.
Yeah. I make a motion to authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors designee to execute change order 1 to the agreement with J. Sanders in the amount of $13,676.69.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
No, no, no.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Wait, hold on.
Look how.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we go back and amend the motion?
Yeah, we have to do.
Amend the motion to say that the amount comes out of the Service Authority operating budget.
So moved. We make that, we authorize like to change or make an amendment to the motion to authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors designee to execute change order 1 to the agreement with J. Sanders in the amount of $13,676.69 from the Service Authority operating budget.
I have to get rid of that motion first. Because you've already seconded it, and now you started voting.
Got it. I removed my motion.
We do that.
Then you start all over again.
You got to rescind your old motion,
Rescinded.
and you have to vote on that.
All right, we have a motion
Move to rescind the priorly adopted motion. You can vote on that, and then you can make your modified motion. Vote on that.
I second the motion to rescind the motion.
All right, any further discussion on that motion? With that being said, Mr. Robotham, roll call vote.
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Lee, go ahead.
I make a motion to authorize the Service Authority Board of Directors designee to execute change order 1 to the agreement with J. Sanders in the amount of $13,676.69 from the Service Authority operating budget.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
No,
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
just one no.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you, Bryce. And for anybody leaving soon, it's a monsoon outside. I don't know if you can see out the side window, so you might want to wait a minute before or you might get a little wet. All right, Mr. Dines? All right, so, sorry, I did this slide real quickly. I wanted to give you an update on some of the stuff that's been happening on the Service Authority. You've heard us talk about the Dahlgren plant, and last meeting we talked about the robot we had to come and work at the Dahlgren plant. One of the things I know Mr. Davis talked about was meeting with Mr. Vindman about the Service Authority. One of the things that was brought up was about Dahlgren and about the engineering report that Bowman Engineering will be bringing to us on August 1st, they finally finalized their engineering costs for all the upgrades that are needed at Dahlgren, and including, this is where Mr. Sullen's question about the septage and the sludge comes in. I also received a phone call from that gentleman. I think it's probably the same person that you spoke to. I informed him about that it was not King George's choice that Stafford closed their wastewater plant accepting outside septage. That was their choice, and they're upgrading their plant for different reasons, but they are upgrading the plant, so they are not accepting anybody outside of Stafford, bringing them, hauling sewage to them. So unfortunately, this is a whole region-wide problem. The state, the governor's office, DEQ, many agencies are aware of it, and I've been trying for about 6 months to find a solution to this problem. DEQ has reached out to us asking if Dahlgren could take King George's septage or maybe even close counties to us and make a profit off of it. But unfortunately, due to the condition of the Dahlgren wastewater plant, it cannot accept outside septage. It just can't. It is right now, as you can see, the facility is currently out of compliance with the WQIF agreement that we signed in 2015 because of a failure to meet total nitrogen TN limits. This grant that we got said that the Service Authority, we give you this equipment and then you got to meet these lower levels. Unfortunately, that engineering didn't work out. And so we are not able to meet the lower on a regular basis limits. The most immediate and impactful corrective action is to restore performance of the IFAS system. You've probably heard us talk about it. However, this is contingent on first removing accumulated sludge, rags, and debris from the treatment process to prevent rapid refouling of the media. To support King George Service Authority's path back to regulatory compliance and avoid potential enforcement actions or funding impacts, I'll show you what we've been doing. Next slide. So, whoops. So, I'm waiting. There we go. First, the 10 IFAS, and you look at these things are large. I saw at least 3 of these being pulled out in the last week. And bless our maintenance staff who did it on some of the hottest days of the summer. So these 10 filters have been pulled out. The last ones were pulled out on Monday, and they were cleaned by the maintenance team. So on the one side is what it looked when they pulled it out, and the second side is after we used that jetter truck and cleaned all 10 of them. Pretty nasty. So go to the next one, and there's a video of it being pulled out. And let me tell you, when that's just pulled out, the smell is just, you wouldn't want to be next to. I think I sneezed for the rest of the day. Is it working, Mr. Dines? So they're pulling these out of the rings. Those are supposed to be clean. That's one of them being pulled out of with the one train there. So go to the next slide. That's stuff that's falling off, rags and debris that have accumulated. And the reason they've accumulated, at the next slide, is, well, starting on Monday, which was, and they set up on Monday and they were supposed to start today. This is that robot, the robot that we got from Texas that's coming, and its mission is to remove the accumulated sludge from the plant. And that's part of the reason they pulled the IFAS out of the ground, is to then take this robot, and it's basically going to go all across the plant, those rings you saw, and suck out all the rags and debris that have been clogged in there for several years because of the microscreen being unusable and broken. And so it sucks in, I didn't get a full explanation of how it, but it sucks in the front, and then it'll eventually pump it to our sludge press and process the material. But the gentleman who was setting it up told me it's probably the worst plants he's ever seen with the amount of accumulated sludge in the trains. Next slide. Now, this accumulation occurred over several years of a failed microscreen, which is that little guy you see there, the bucket loader holding up. The screen was ordered and placed into position to help catch rags and debris before it makes it to the plant. Next slide. Now on the left, you'll see that's the new microscreen catching that junk that unfortunately when the other microscreen was broken, that junk was just going into the plant. And the next one is part of the muffin monster. You see the debris that comes out, it catches it, makes it into this little big chunk, and it dumps into the waste and it goes to the landfill. And then that's another picture of the microscreen on the right. Next slide. Okay, and then so that is just about, so did anybody have, before I get on to this part, does anybody have any questions on what we've done so far?
I don't have questions on what we've done so far, but the gentleman I spoke to today, his concern is that because we can't take the septics and the neighboring counties can't, they're having to, the companies like Marshalls and Local and whatnot are having to drive down to Richmond, and it's doubling and tripling the cost to get your septic pump. Will DEQ freak if we kind of put a pause on the demand for folks to pump it out? I know every 5 years they have to pump out their septic tanks. Can we put a pause on that until this gets fixed and we can get those prices back?
Well, we have never accepted septic, so this is like a major overhaul, but Stuart?
There actually, in that statute, I recall there are 2 alternatives. You can have it pumped, or you can have somebody certify that it doesn't need to be pumped. So everybody assumes that it needs to be pumped. but it doesn't always. It would require somebody with, I guess, who does that. I don't know the answer to that.
Yes, I believe it's somebody like an AOSZ can certify that the tank does not need to be pumped, and that checks the box. It's either pumped every 5 years or inspected.
Okay.
The vast majority of them do not. They put that law in because you actually have a lot of straight pipes going into the river and such in places, and that's why they really did it and where they're failing. But if the system's working right, most of them don't need to be pumped anyway.
Okay.
So, Mr. Solons, I did acknowledge that it was to him that it was, I understand the large price, but unfortunately that plant cannot at this time. Now, we've talked to DEQ and they have informed us that once we get all our facts and numbers, they have encouraged us to apply for some of the grants that they have available to pay for some of these costs. But we had to get all those numbers, which are finally now been done until we could apply for grants. Unfortunately, we missed the first deadline. It was Monday, but we didn't have the numbers back to be able to apply for the grants or have somebody to write it for us, because as a lot of people know, grant writing is a little, there's a lot to it. You can't just whip out a grant in one day. So that's something that the new general manager could put in grants for next year to get that process going. Does anybody else have a question on just the sludge? So that's been a lot of work. I do praise the maintenance team and the being out there on those hot days, pulling those things out and cleaning them off. It's a lot of work. And Bowden was also out there helping also. So I also want to talk about the Claydale Peppermill well update. On June 19th and the 23rd, we did a water distribution to the residents of Claydale and the Peppermill system. And thank you to the Finance Department, General Properties, County Administration, King George County Service Authority staff for working as a team to put this together. Thank you to Lee and his little son who came out, and he was so helpful to his dad, helping hand out water. Wish to have saw Mr. Collins out there, but I thank everyone that came out and helped out distributing water on those 2 days, and Patty did it on Monday. And so the water, as Mr. Shaw showed, that it has clearing up, and we do have our water quality log, and we only had one call this week, and it was just asking some more clarification on the issue. So, and then one other update, we did have our progress meeting today. Is there one more slide, Mr. Dines, or is that it? Okay. So in that picture, you see Lee, myself, and Noah Pitts, who's one of our maintenance staff there that was helping out hand out water. So in our progress meeting, we talked about specifically how the project was handled. I do appreciate it. There's a lot of lessons learned in it. And one of the biggest things is the notification is key, because as soon as the higher ups were notified, everybody got out there and came up with a solution in the flushing solution. I do want to thank Pastor Shaw for at least trying to calm down some of the folks on Facebook in his community. There's a lot of stuff out there on Facebook, and he made an effort to calm folks down and give some more information. It was good. Thank you at least for helping out. The other thing I want to mention about is they did find when in Flushing that there was certain parts in the neighborhood that collected the most debris. And so they made sure they went out there and fully cleaned those particular areas. There were low spots, and that's kind of where everything was sitting and hiding, and eventually got flushed out of the system. And I think the drillers are near done. I have to get an update on that next meeting, but everything has been coming out okay. And I do appreciate the effort by everybody and their staff over this matter. One other thing, let's see, I'm going to give some updates from our progress meeting. We went over every 2 weeks, we have a progress meeting with Bowden and our maintenance staff about the consent orders and what's in process. It is a pretty hefty document, but we're working on a lot of to finish out the consent orders on the generators. The reason they're still outstanding is there's some issues with easements and putting where to put the generators, or specific issues to the site. And it's a very small amount of customers, and that's why it's taking so long. And we're trying to finally get that done, because DEQ has put it to in several conversations. They would like these consent orders closed, and so we're working to get that done. We also talked about the SCADA system upgrades at Hoppier, the Dahlgren wastewater sludge press that is ordered and will eventually get here. But as you know, with supply chain issues, it's taking a little longer to get here. Bryce and I we do meet almost weekly with Bowman about the water master plan, and they're giving us good information that will eventually, by the end of October, come back to the board with a full report about possible intake sites, surface water sites, place for a water treatment plant, how much water we need. And they've been really helping us upgrade our bad data and making it so that from the path forward, we have the correct data to make decisions on, especially development decisions and big industrial user decisions. We are also, the hydrants in the next couple of weeks will be installed in Dahlgren that we found the leaks in. We are considering looking at an outside agency to come and look for the water leak because we are still having the show of the numbers being off in the water leak in Dahlgren. The Oakland decommissioning report that we did get a final draft. Mr. Rasavi and myself and Mr. Young have given them back comments. So hopefully either July 15th meeting or the August 1st meeting, we can have them come back. Bowman Engineering will be here on August 1st to talk about their final report on the Dahlgren wastewater plant. And one other thing I want to talk about is the Davenport. They will have all the bids back tomorrow for the interim financing. With that also, they will make a presentation next week. They will send it to me, and then I will distribute it to all the board members. And through the help of Mr. Smolnik, to set up one-on-one meetings with Davenport. They'll come up on one day, and they would like to meet with each board member so you can ask specific questions. And the reason that is we have a short window if we want to go on this path of looking into the bid and accepting it to keep the interest rates. And so the drop dead date for them is August 5th. So they were hoping if we can introduce it, that maybe it could be approved if we choose to on July 15th. So it's giving the board members a chance to sit down and talk and ask questions. But the drop dead date is August 5th that we could approve that if we want to seek that interim financing. And that mostly would be used for the repairs at the Dahlgren wastewater treatment plant, at least phase 1. And the Bowman report will have it broken down, I think, phase 1, 2, and 3. I think I covered everything there. Mr. Smoke, did I forget anything? We went over a lot today. Does anybody have any questions of my report? Right, and Mr. Rasavi left us on June 30th. His last job was come out to look at the robot and check out the Dahlgren plant. So we do thank Mr. Rasavi, and I'm sure he's out there fishing now. Probably not right now, but in the weeks ahead. All right, secondary public comment. Hold on a second. Let my computer go to sleep. Secondary public comments. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comments so they can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Does anybody like to come up for public comment? Anna Marie?
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to ask you, who is responsible for checking all these items the Service Authority has? You or the board, the directors, they were a long time ago. I know, I really thank you, all of you. You're doing a terrific job. 50 years ago, the water in Dahlgren smelled chlorine and smelled sulfur. I think they borrowed $28 million to fix it. I don't know if they ever fixed it. But all these supervisors, all these years, I know all of them. I don't even remember how many. But who is checking all those things? Now, I thank you all for doing these things, especially Mrs. Bender. But who is checking all these work, like Mr. Collins say? You know, they're asking for more money, they're fixing these things, and they should give it the money to these people that fix this item. Because for many years went without not fixing anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else like to speak in public comment? And I'll answer your questions when everybody's come up. Do we have anybody online? Any correspondence from board members? So Anna Marie, for the progress meeting, we have a whole list, and we have Imboden's there. We're there. Well, I'm there. Mr. Rasavi used to be there. Bryce Young and his engineering staff is there, and then also our maintenance team. And we check the projects that are current. For the stuff in the past, but I will say for future and purchases, people don't realize that the county provides a lot of services to the Service Authority for free. We use their HR, we use their procurement, we use their finance. We use everything that there's no cost to the Service Authority. So procurement and finance does vet contracts and purchase orders and bills. And so there's a lot of checks and balances that have come in place as of last year to catch things and proceed. But unfortunately, as this project and several others, they were started previous to my time in my position. They were done by the previous county administrator / general manager. So these are, you just got to fix as you go along, and you can't always look in the past. But you I've been working really hard to gather all the data in the records so that we have, as best of our ability, good record keeping in the future. Does anybody have any questions before we take a motion for adjournment? We have a motion for adjournment.
I move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Revercom Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. One final thought. Mr. Hamilton, our new general manager, will not be able to be here. His first day is July 21st. So just a clarification for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Amy, you're up. We're gonna do a presentation. Amy's gonna do a presentation about our website and how to communicate on it and how to get information.
Did I click the wrong button? Oh, there it is. Just took a minute. Is this working? Is the mic working? Can you guys hear me? Okay, yes, it is. I just have to be really close. Okay. Let me adjust that real quick. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for having me and letting me go over the website. I would first like to thank Allison Kronline for all of the hard work that she's helped in assisting me getting all of the content on the site more accurate. And so this is a brief overview, or as brief as I can possibly get it, over how to navigate the site. So I'm just going to do an overview of the homepage. First, in the top right corner is our search bar. I'm just doing an example. Let's say we want to look for the budget. And you'll get some search results that come up, and you can look at our current budget information here. And then if you want to hit the KGBA anywhere on our site, it'll always take you back to our homepage. And then under the government tab of our mega menu, you have access to our agendas and minutes, current budget, like I just clicked before. It keeps going in and out, apologize. Access to Board of Supervisor information, boards and commissions. For example, if I was to click on local boards, commissions, and committees, you can see a list of all of them that we have. And let's say we want to do an example for Economic Development Authority. You can see information about what that authority does, when their meetings are, how to get to their website, their agendas and minutes, and who the members are. And then also under the government tab, you have it broken down by our constitutional offices. And then you have our appointed offices or your county offices and departments, state supervised offices and departments. And this just keeps going in and out, and I'm sorry. Political subdivisions, public records, and FOIA requests, and reports and publications. So for example, if I click that one, that will take you to a whole list of different things that you can find that come from the county on a regular basis. So audits, budgets, capital improvement plans, and things like that. And then if we go back, we have revamped the business tab. Now you have more information on how to find out if you have access to water, if you're looking at starting a business, what bid opportunities are available on EVA, what businesses are listed on our business directory, things like that, business licenses, taxes, all of that information is available there. We really revamped the living and visiting and services tab. And under this tab, we now have information like county facilities and answers to commonly asked questions. For example, we see a lot of questions about when the convenience center's hours and when they're open. So we kind of broke that out with a direct page now. So you have that information easily accessible now. We have other things also like who to contact. And this is broken down for information on who you're looking to talk to, what phone number, general phone number to get and reach those people, So for example, this is the administrative suite and all the departments that are in that. So if you're trying to access them, you can go here and call or visit them during those hours. And then we also have a direct link in the right column to the full staff directory if you're looking for a specific person. And that looks like this, and you'd pick the, say we do admin, and then you can see all of the employees in admin and their phone number and email information. And then also we have the county organizational chart as a PDF. So you could download this and print this if you'd like, or just have it able to be viewed at a regular basis when it's convenient for you. We also have a link to the project map. Public schools, courts, common questions we get from the courts are about divorce, jury duty, and marriage. So there's direct links there now, so you don't have to go to the court site, figure out which court it is, find that information. It's now in the mega menu. We have information on elections and voting. We have a specific map from GIS about finding your elected representatives, and you can search your address in the map and find out who represents you. So for example, if I went here and searched the admin building, hopefully this will work. There we go. And it's not showing up. What? Okay. So you can see that this is in Shiloh District. So your Board of Supervisor representative is Ms. Bender and Mr. Sultans. And then we also have information on your property, and that's broken down on if you want to go and search your property on GIS, or you want to look for land records, how to pay taxes, water and sewer, what water and sewer you're served by. So if you don't know specifically which system, you can look that up in this map as well. The same thing, it's a specific map where you type in your address and it searches and it'll tell you if you're in the courthouse system, for example, for here in this building. Also direct links to commonly asked questions about your personal property, things you want to do to it, specifically deck requirements, finishing your basement, pool and spa requirements, and storage sheds. We also have information now broken out for pets. For example, we now have an updated system for animals for adoption. And so we've been meeting for the last 3 months with animal control to update the dogs that are available for adoption. The cats are given to other rescue leagues so frequently that the turnover is so high that it's difficult to keep track of the photos. So if you're interested in cats, definitely go see the animal control shelter. And other information on pets and information on there. Public safety is broken down here too. If you're interested in animal control, concealed handgun permits, fire and rescue information, open burn regulations, the health district, and the sheriff's office. Then we have our state connected information linked here. It's also linked elsewhere on the site, links to social services, VCE, and our tourism website. And then under services, we have a lot of information in here now too. Specifically, we have a lot of people asking about how to become a notary. So that's under here and how to apply, along with a lot of other things. You might see that we have duplicates of stuff, but everybody has a preference on how they receive information, and they might stumble across multiple different places to find something they're looking for. And then under find, we have community events, news, social media, public hearing information, and also how to participate in public meetings virtually, in addition to a bunch of other resources. And for register for, we have the newsletter for economic development as well as the newsletter for tourism, also passport services that are provided by the library, bunch of other information in here, including Marcus Alert for the Sheriff's Office, how to sign up for that, Parks and Rec programming, library programming. Under submit, we have the add, remove, update business to our directory, tax forms, a bunch of different things that people might be interested in, including services from the library like test proctoring, requests, things from the Commissioner of Revenue's office, high mileage discount form, lots of different things. The library does provide notary services, so that's a request there as well for information on how to schedule an appointment. Then under our view, this is pretty much, we've added some things, but it's pretty much the same information we had before. And then we also have volunteer information for the animal shelter, election day, and fire and rescue, and library volunteers. And then we're gonna go back to the home page and go over the next section. So we now have a banner on the homepage of the site, and this is to just highlight and grab people's attention for things that might be of interest to them. So we have the information on the interconnection project. If you click this, it takes you directly to our news flash on it. It gives you that information. But we have other ones. For example, I was gonna go over the projects map here. I also update this notification we get weekly from VDOT. So if you want to know about work in King George, then you can find that here. And it just keeps glitching. So this week we were informed that VDOT is doing work on 301 and 602. So that is updated weekly with their bulletin they send out every week. And then for the current projects map, this is a new initiative with the assistance of GIS, engineering, and community development. And this is a list of all of the different projects that are ongoing in the county. So what is listed in the yellow circle are capital improvement projects. Then the light green square is commercial development rezoning special exception projects. Then dark green square is commercial development by right. Residential development rezoning special exception projects are denoted by the light blue circle, and the dark blue circle is residential development by right. And something that's cool about the map is you can also change the layers so that you can hide what you're looking at, and you can decide that you want to look at completed projects. And so you can zoom in and see that there is Hop Yard Section 8 and Eden View in here. And then if you hit the I for withdrawn projects, which I'm not sure since we've been doing this for only a couple of months, there might not be one, but it looks like there's one for a car wash in Dahlgren. And then you can go back to viewing all of the other ones that are ongoing by clicking the little unhide button. And then, for example, here, I was going to try to show you guys how to view, but there we go. It's glitching a little bit. How to view more information. So I can zoom in, and it's glitching. So for the catwalk at the middle school, you can read the information about the project name, and then you can also, well, there was more info on this earlier today. Hold on, they're supposed to be, oh, this one, never mind. This one was supposed to be talking about the price. We do have the amount of this project, and it tells you there for the transparency of CIP projects. And then the one for residential development that I was going to use as an example was Indian Town Acres. And then if you wanted to view the site plan, you can hit the link that says view, and you can do an overview of that project. And I believe that's my brief overview of the project map. And then we'll go back to the home page. And we also have quick links here for our graphic buttons, and that's where you can go and view payment options for utility bills and taxes. Then you can go to Stay Connected, and this is where you can sign up for Notify Me. Notify Me is a service automatically provided from the website. We are in the process of adding additional text subscribers. That was, we've maxed out with the amount of people that have signed up. So we're in the process of adding text subscribers, but you would just go in here and type in your email address in here, and then you would sign in and select how you would want to receive the information below. For calendar notifications, KG Events is generic information about community events, county deadlines, and also holiday closures. So we'll send out information about different things on there, like the food truck rodeo we had last week, but also the upcoming Independence Day well, celebration, but also Independence Day holiday. And then we have information on public meetings. Those will automatically send to you when any public meeting is upcoming. And then we also have news flash updates for community news, and that's what's on the homepage, as I mentioned about the reassessment information and also it could be. I mean, we can if everybody would like me to, but I only have about half a page left to go over. We'll just push through. I apologize. We'll push through. Then Parks and Rec also sends out notifications through Notify Me as well. And then for KG Alert, and I'll try to log into mine to give an example, but this is how you would sign up for KG Alert. And then that is not the right one. I have to sign into my personal one to give an example on how to update your information to make hit your subscriptions list. And you'd go through here and make sure that you're up to date with the notifications that you want to receive. So because I'm in communications, I'm signed up for almost everything because I want to make sure I know what you guys are receiving. So let's go back. And then there's a quick link to GIS and the online GIS platform. It'll always have a pop-up here. And then you can search any address. So for example, if I do here and we search the admin building, you can zoom in and see the property. Oh, it's freaking out, I'm sorry. And then here you can get information about the parcel number, who owns the property, lots of different things, what it's valued at, all those different things. But you can also hit more info and go to the property card for the address as well. There's also multiple different layers that you can toggle through and turn on and off in GIS. And there's a bunch over here to choose from. The default ones are pre-selected when you come in, but you can uncheck them and then select your other ones as preferred. And then we have our quick links section down here for knowing about what's going on with your local government. If you click the image of the supervisors, it takes you to their page and gives you a breakdown on their information. And this is an overview of where to find their agendas and minutes, as well as how to participate virtually with them, public hearing notices, and then their contact information. Now, how do you view agendas and minutes? So we'll go through an example on that. So let's go to last meeting. This is a direct link to the agenda. And then each of the agenda items and supplemental materials are directly linked on each item. So if I zoom in, you can see this would be the warrants for the CIP during that past time. And you can click through that and then just hit back and you're back at the agenda, able to click through additional documents.
Ms. Southall?
Yes.
So when you go on the agenda and you hit the hyperlink for whatever, first you have to open the agenda to go down to it. And then when you want to look at something else, you have to go back out and go back in the open. Why can't you just stay on the agenda page and look at each thing you want to look at? Or you had to keep going out and back in?
So one of the reasons we went to this process is we were finding that a lot of the documents that were provided in the full agenda packet were so large that it was causing difficulty for people to download them through their internet at home. So we went this route because it breaks up the size of the supplemental materials. What you're describing is a hiccup in the process that I'm still open to trying to figure out how to fix. With the website, if it's directly done through the website, you can make it open in a new link and not have to go back and forth. But because the agenda is built in Word and then created to a PDF linking to those additional materials, it makes it open in the same. But a way to avoid having it open and then having to hit the back button is you can always, if you're on mobile, hold the link down and hit open a new tab. If you're on your computer, you can right click and hit open a new tab, and then you can just shift between tabs as you're interested in information and leave your agenda tab open. I know that it's not happy when I change pages. But definitely a good note and observation that I'm trying to figure out a way that we could possibly get around that. So thank you, and I'll talk with Ms. Fish and see if we can get our brains together, and Mr. Dines, if they have any other solutions. Is that good? Okay. And then also to get minutes for each meeting, it's this little green check mark under the minutes column, and then you can open and review the minutes. And see, this is 67 pages, and even on our Wi-Fi here, it took a minute to upload for me. And then we also have direct links to the YouTube link of that past meeting as well in the Agenda Center.
Ms. Southall,
Yes.
can I make a real quick point? For those that are downloading the minutes, if you look, they're timestamped for different pieces of it. If you're going back and watching one of our previous meetings and you don't want to sit through 6 or 7 hours of watching us argue back and forth, you can do a word search on the minutes, find the specific time when it is, and then you can fast forward on YouTube and find specifically what you're looking for. So might speed up your day just a little bit. Doesn't help us, but it'll speed your day up.
It's a great point. So if you have the minutes open and you want to hit Control F, or if you have a Mac, when what's the button? Command, thank you. Command F, and then you can type in, like, just say I want to search Mr. Sullivan's name. Since he brought it up, he's mentioned 73 times in the document. So if you wanted to see every single time that he talked, you could just hit enter and keep going down and rating them. Sorry, you were the guinea pig. So that is a really great point. And then you could find that and then go to the YouTube link, and really don't want it to have an ad. Yeah, you didn't do an ad. And then you can scrub through in the bottom and find where it was that they were talking. So that's the Agenda Center, and it allows you to go back multiple years. So the first three, like the past 3 years, are what's visible here, but you can always hit View More, and there's a breakdown, and it goes back even 5 years. And then again, the current county budget, we keep this here as an overview, but it also has quick links to annual budgets that we keep all of our information from past budgets available online that we have digitally, and then same with CIPs and audits as well. And we have an overview of the timeline of how the budget is typically operated. So if you're ever curious about how it all works, that's on the right column. And then we allow an easy comparison to the prior budget year. And we're finalizing our full budget summary for FY 25-26 now. So last year, it was like this. And again, this one also has a hard time loading because it's also quite large. So we're updating for the current fiscal year that we just started today. So hopefully in the next week or so, we'll get that information out to the public so they can kind of have this overview with updates and comparisons between the 2 fiscal years. We also have a page for public hearings, and Ms. Fish has been updating this with links to, waiting for it to load, with links to the notice in the newspaper, so you can see what is being published in the newspaper on the website as well about public hearings. And I've already showed you guys the county projects map. Public records, again, multiple different ways to find this page, but if you want to submit a FOIA request, you go to the public records FOIA request page and you hit this form. You can submit a FOIA request in person, through email, and all those different things, but if you find it on our website, this is the way to do it, and it's super easy. You just fill out this form and you'll get a copy of it. And that way you have record for yourself and also for the county to make sure that we get the information to you as soon as possible. And then we also have a quick link to our county code and ordinance, which would take you to Municode. And you can search anything that you'd like. So my example I was going to do was dog license. And then you can find here exactly where that is mentioned in the code. So you don't have to go searching for it.
Mrs. Southall?
Yes.
So under each department, there's a phone number, but I could never find a complete list of employees' phone numbers with their extensions, to get straight through.
Yes. So when I click there's a banner up here for the who to contact. There's also, actually, that's a good point to point out here. There's actually a quick link in the footer underneath Contact Us for the staff directory. And then you can click any of these and you can see the employee, or you can search the person's name.
What
So,
was,
like,
back up a minute?
hold on, it's glitching. I'm sorry. Okay.
How do you
So-
start, how do you start the search?
It's glitching so much. So you do that link in the footer to staff directory, and then at the top here, it says, and it's really small, and I apologize here, I'll just try to zoom in a bit. See if I can get it bigger. So here you have, you're searching the staff directory. You can search individual, or you just search the entire thing, and then you can search. We'll do Matt. And then it'll pull up anybody named Matthew.
Is that a direct line or is that to the front desk?
And for Mr. Smolnick, it's through the front. And this one's a direct line to EMS operations. Each department is responsible for their staff directory, but if it's the will of the board, we can look into solutions to get this updated as best as possible. But for the general public side of, like, if you're just calling and you don't know who to talk to, that page for who to contact is a way that you could Control F and just type in what you're looking for, and it's got an overview, and it's glitching, of the different responsibilities. Every time I scroll, it glitches. Different responsibilities of each department. So that's an easy overview, and then it's got their office line, and then if you just say what it is that you're looking for, they would know who's responsible for that task and be able to forward you on to them, or answer the question for you, depending on if it's a generic answer.
Like you want to get a hold of Kelly. I just want to talk to Kelly. I don't want to talk to her front desk, and I don't want to talk to them and them ask me what I want. I want to go straight to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if that's if that's the will of the board, we can look at trying to update the staff directory to do direct lines.
Huh? Why not?
No,
It's
That's not the way.
Should be public information. Why can't a citizen call Kelly direct?
They can get her whenever they call up front, or they get somebody returns a call.
Yeah, after you go through this whole barrage of questions.
That's the purpose of having a staff.
Well, I don't want to have to tell my life story to get through to her.
And Kelly's got a day job that we're paying her to do, and we need somebody to be able to screen those calls for her. Otherwise, she's going to be talking and telling everybody their life story.
She shouldn't have to answer the phone.
You don't think that's a bigger problem than having somebody screen the call?
If it gets on an answer machine, she'll call him back if she chooses to.
Okay, you heard her. Never answer your phone again.
No, but the thing is so then the person still doesn't get an answer. They call the front desk, the staff either answers the question or they learn through getting the answer.
Have you ever called, like, let's say, AmeriGas or Social Security, and you tried it, get through to a person, you have to go through this whole barrage before you can, and tell everybody the same damn story before you can get to the person, and you may never even get to them because they'll have layers try to cut you off in the meantime. This is government, and we should be able to openly call Kelly or Kenny or Matt.
No.
Don't agree.
All right, well, I thought you guys were transparent. Doesn't sound like it.
That has nothing to do with transparency.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to
No, it doesn't.
That's not transparency.
So,
There are certain questions that need to be answered by her. She is, there are people who make $100 an hour and they don't need to be answering 50-cent questions when there's someone who's making $20 an hour who can answer that question. She's got things to do with her time that are more important than that. Things that need to be kicked to her will be kicked to her, things that she needs to answer, but they're going to skip all of her staff to go directly to her to have her answer questions that they could probably look the stuff up on the internet if they want.
And the people that are
if I
paying,
call and I say,
Do it transparency.
I get the front desk and I say, may I speak to Kelly? And they'll say, what may I ask is your business? And I want to say, none of your damn business, because I want to talk to Kelly. I don't want to, it might be a private business, as in.
then just ask her to give you a call.
It's a private
And
matter.
they say, who is it? And then you have to say, TC Collins. Well,
They hang up.
They won't, yeah, they're not going to call you back for sure then,
why can't I just go straight through to somebody?
because she's reviewing plans. She has things to do in there that people need those plans. They need that information to get their plans approved so they can begin their projects, okay? She has certifications, qualifications, experience that somebody at the front desk doesn't have. That's why you have a staff.
So I can go straight through to my state senator, but I can't go straight through to my,
You don't have a staff. That's why.
my state senator. I can call him direct and he'll answer the phone.
They want tomorrow.
He's transparent.
That's because he likes you for some reason. I don't get it. That's all right. Anyway, Amy, that was perfect. Thank you. I think you've covered it. Anyway, we did this because there's just a ton of information out there that people understand it. But I want y'all to also see how much work she's and her staff have put into making this to where if you need to find it, there's no reason not to be able to get that information. Okay. So thank you very much.
I have two other things. Sorry.
You got two other things? All right. Well, I don't want to stop you.
Thank you, everybody. Briefly though, sorry, just two things to go over. The news flashes, if you're ever curious about what is being sent out and you're not signed up, they're out the bottom of the website here, and you can view all of them by clicking the view all link. And then the calendar is also available here at the bottom, and you can hit view all and tab through each month. And it's glitching, and I'm so sorry. And then you can click a specific date if you'd like. If it's highlighted in dark blue, it means there's something on that date. And then this is reviewing all the different calendars that we have available on here, which is our electoral board, our events, public meetings. The main calendar is just all of them put together. And we have an RSS feed from other partnering agencies' calendars like the Cooperative Extension, Library, Parks and Rec, and schools that are linked on here. And if you'd like to be able to import our calendar into your personal calendar on your Outlook, Gmail, any of those things, you can click subscribe to iCalendar over in the upper right corner, and it's glitching. And then you can just click the link for whichever one you want to subscribe to. I'd recommend the main calendar one. And then you have that copied and you'd go into your Outlook, Gmail, whichever, and import that. And then you'd be able to automatically see anything that is fed through our site. Just take into note that sometimes RSS feeds take up to 2 hours to refresh. And then the last thing is it takes a village to keep the website up to date. We have multiple different people who have access to it. And so their mistakes happen. We're all human. So if you guys notice something when you're on here, if you go to the bottom of each page, there is a site links label here in the footer, and you can hit report site issue and fill out a form that notifies us of anything that you've found that is broken, outdated, or something you might have a question about. And you can fill that out and it'll go directly to us. But we try our best to keep everything up to date as possible. So I'm sorry that was the end of it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Any questions any of you have, email her and she will answer them for you. Amy Southall. You can find her online.
What's her direct phone number?
All right. She might be changing that number. You're right. All right, we're going to move on to Ms. Kimberly Cook, 0704 award of contracts for on-call professional engineering services. Procurement.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am presenting the award of contracts for on-call professional engineering services. A request for proposals was issued on March 14, 2025 to solicit responses from a qualified firm for on-call professional engineering services. A total of 22 proposals were received by the submission deadline on April 15, 2025. A selection committee comprised of staff from engineering, community development, and county administration evaluated the proposals based on the following criteria: qualifications and experience of the firm and proposed team, understanding of the project and approach, schedule and availability, fee proposal and cost effectiveness, references, and past performance. After the evaluation of 22 professional engineering firm proposals, interviews were conducted with 10 engineering firms that were selected as the most qualified and responsive firm based on their strong technical qualifications and experience with similar projects, demonstrated understanding of the project scope and regulatory requirements, competitive and reasonable fee proposal. Contracts will be awarded based on the following engineering groups for the respective firm. Multiple awards per group will be awarded to ensure each group is represented by additional firms, allowing the county to receive multiple proposals for all task orders. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors authorize the county administrator to execute a contract with Timmons Group, ECS Mid-Atlantic, Dewberry Engineers, Burdett, Kohler, Murphy and Associates, Legacy Engineering, Bagby, Pierogi, and Goodpasture, Froling Robertson, Pace Collaborative, Bowman Consulting Group, Rummel, Klepper, and Call for the provision of on-call professional engineering service, subject of approval as to form by the county attorney.
Any questions for Ms. Cook? Ms. Bender?
I don't have Ms. Cook, but I wanted to, Mr. Smolik, you've spent a lot of time doing this, and this is your idea. Could you just give the public a little bit why we're looking at all of these and how important that is?
Right. So I think the first thing was breaking it down into different groups so you really get the cream of the crop. If you need a structural engineer, you want somebody who just focuses on structural engineering. And some of these we chose, some of them we opted to go directly to Froling Robertson. I know some of the other groups had them as subs. So we were able to go right to the source, get us a better price. And really, this is an extension of my staff. And we have multiple awards now. Just because you see 3 or 4 different groups for civil engineering does not mean we need to use them, but we can. And this is to assist us whenever we come into a building. Heaven forbid there's an earthquake like that happened in Mineral back 15 years ago, and we come in, there's some structural damage. We can call somebody and get them here that day without having to follow state procurement. So this is going to speed up the timeline for county services, needed county services on the professional level. And we're bringing multiple ones in the event that a company gets bought out. Maybe their quality of service goes downhill after the buyout. We have somebody else to rely on. And the way these would be structured is a 1-year contract with each firm with 4 one-year options at the discretion of the county.
Thank you for that explanation.
Any other questions? I have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors authorize the county administrator to execute a contract with Timmons Group, ECS Mid-Atlantic LLC, Dewberry Engineers Incorporated, Burdett Kohler, Murphy and Associates Incorporated, Legacy Engineering, Bagby, Pierogi, thank you, and Goodpasture PLLC, Froling Robertson Incorporated, Pace Collaborative, Bowman Consulting Group Limited, Rummel, Klepper, and Call LLP for the provision of on-call professional engineering services, subject to the approval as deformed by the county attorney.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? Go by roll call. Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have 0505 VDOT Middle School Turn Lane Phase 2. Mr. Bryce Young.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm presenting the VDOT resolution for the middle school turn lane project. Additional information regarding the history of the project has been supplied courtesy of VDOT. Staff recommended action is to adopt Resolution R1025 dedicating $414,442 to this project as allocated in the FY 23-24 budget. Any additional delays will put the county behind schedule in the project or for the project by VDOT standards.
Any questions for Mr. Young? I have a motion.
I'll make a motion, but where was the language to use for the motion? Sorry, my computer went blank, so. Just looking for the motion language.
Mr. Chairman, I think you can just say that you move to adopt the resolution as presented.
I am
Anything
so
you want
moved.
to, you may want to modify the date at the top and make it July 1st instead of third day, June 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes. So this, when you say the project one time date, it was supposed to have been done 4 years ago, and now it's cost all this extra money. So it's not on time and is a higher cost. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sullins.
Question for the county administrator. Just want to get it on record that you pointed out that VDOT recommended when we did the application for this, well, when the board did the application for this several years ago, it was recommended that we ask for more money, but the county administrator at the time, not you, opted to go with his own calculations instead. And that's part of the reason why we have this extra money that we have to pay now, correct?
That is correct. That's the timeline that I forwarded to the board. And I think if the county had adhered to VDOT's recommendation, it would have been a delta of about $6,000 today. So that's why we gotten where we are today.
I'm glad we've got.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
Any further discussion? I have a motion properly seconded. A roll call, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, I know if it's money, you go to me first. If it's money.
I just went to him. The other one?
Yes.
Thank you. Fair. Mr. Stroud. Aye. Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Sullins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. So we have 0706 Old Middle School Demolition Change Order.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This afternoon, I'm presenting change order number 1 for the old middle school demolition. During the asbestos abatement portion of the old middle school demolition, additional asbestos-containing materials were discovered. This change order includes the cost to legally remove and dispose of these materials. This project is substantially under the CIP budget, leaving sufficient funds to cover this additional expense. Staff recommended action is to authorize the county administrator to execute a change order number 1 to the agreement with demolition services in the amount of $45,100 to continue hazardous material abatement. Staff recommends moving on this action to prevent costly delays to construction. Again, this project is substantially under the CIP budget, leaving sufficient funds to cover this additional expense.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I don't know why when this thing came in under bid that I was expecting this change order. Weren't you, Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir. So in the old middle school, the folks that, were doing that job all of a sudden discovered more asbestos. Everybody discovers something once they get the job. So this job was bid out. It was up to them because they already doing asbestos, maybe. It's up to them. That middle school has been open and available to the people that bid out for this thing for years. The places where they say the new find is places they could already reach and are accessible. So here we go with some more shenanigans. Now they know what the CIP number is. That's why they come back here with these change orders. And I guarantee they're going to come back with another one for some other nonsense, just like this one. My vote would be no, because this is just another ploy to get more money. It's up to them. They bid a number. They do the job. If it costs them to do the job, if they win, they make money, they make money. If they lose money, they lose money. That's what you call business. I wasn't directing that at you, by the way.
Did the company have access to the school? Were they able to inspect it ahead of time before they made their bid?
During the pre-bid meeting, they did. However, they did base their bid off of documents that stated the amount of asbestos estimated in the school, as did the other contractors.
But they had access that they could go in and inspect it, though?
They could.
Okay.
They weren't allowed to do any demo, though, were they?
That's correct. They could not do any demo beforehand.
These locations aren't demo. Look at the locations. They're easily accessible locations. And because they didn't look at what you bid a project, and I think I'm going to need so much concrete, but I'll decide I want to go a little higher. I'm going to need some more concrete, so I'm going to charge the people.
Yeah, I mean, the rooms are accessible, and maybe they can look at the tile and tell us it's asbestos tile, or maybe they couldn't look at the tile and tell us it's asbestos tile
Yes,
until
they took samples. They took samples of the tiles.
They didn't have samples of these rooms, did they?
It says they took samples.
They took samples as they were demolishing.
And you can go in there and you can tell the difference between an asbestos tile and not, by the way. And I can tell if it's asbestos trim. I can look up in the ceiling and take one grid off, and I can.
You're not going to have to worry about a job come January then, because I'm sure they're going to hire you.
I'm going to be an asbestos abater, yes. But this is no way to run an organization. Absolutely no way.
I would like to mention that all the contractors made their bid based off of quantities supplied to the county on the asbestos or hazardous materials evaluation.
Supplied by who?
Engineering firm.
And here we go again.
Firm.
Engineering firm. Between them and lawyers, I'm sorry, Mr. Stewart.
And it has been confirmed that had this been quantified correctly, this would have been reflected in the bid regardless.
They have a reasonable job to go out and look at their job. I get some bid documents and they say, the elevation is this, but I drive by there every day and I know the elevation is this, but you furnished those documents, so I'm just going to go with that.
Mr. Solons?
Bryce, what happens if we vote this down? Are they able to hold us hostage with this?
Good possibility the deconstruction of the old middle school will cease until this is resolved.
How about that you do their job and suck up?
I'm not done yet.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I humbly apologize.
I was just going to say, I agree with my angry friend here on this one. They should have done a better job of inspecting the building, and I'm not in favor of it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're all right. I concur with them on that. I mean, it's up to the board. We can make a vote if someone wants to make a motion, but I like to go back and squeeze the numbers.
I'm not against, trying to work with them on that, but that's not typically the way bids are done. Whenever you're provided, you get an RFP and they give you a number. That's what you bid. And if you bid something higher than the number, what's your chances of winning? I mean, all the companies are going to bid the number they're given. And then if something's discovered from there, then you do a change order, you go back to them because you're bidding the number you're given. The government says, this is what we anticipate. You can go back to the engineering firm and say, hey, you were wrong. I don't know. But whenever you are given a number, then that's what the companies are going to bid. It'd be dumb. Well, we think it's going to be this, and we're going to bid more. And you're going to lose the bid. You're not going to work. You're going to go out of business.
Well,
So this is a pay as you go.
How much under were they than the other bids? It was like a significant amount.
Yes, it was a quite significant amount.
It was like $200,000 under the bid.
I think it was close to 100,000.
100,000.
So you underbid the project, anticipating that you're gonna jack them up on the back end of it, just like the courthouse, just like the old middle school, just like every other damn thing in this county.
Now, I don't believe that's what happened here. I don't know, but whenever, because, and I don't know, but I'm just going off what we were provided in our report. But my point being is, if you're told that there's this many square foot to abate, then that's where you're going to base your bid on. Now, if they would have went in and said, hey, we think this is this, they'd have went back to the government and told the government, hey, we believe you may want to take a look at this because we believe it's wrong. That goes on a Q&A, session and things like that. But if nobody identified that, then you're going to bid it as it's put out, by contracts. And that's what they did. And, but
So we had to pay
if
for
they
them
had
not
bid
doing
it,
them due diligence?
what you're saying, what your accusation is that they underbid because they knew this. Well, that would have been something that nobody else knew. They'd have been the only contractor that knew it.
So they all underbid to try to get the contract, knowing they're going to jack you up at the end. It happens every contract that comes through this county.
I'm not saying some things aren't, but to accuse that all contractors are ripping people off, I don't agree with that. And I don't agree with the way.
Just the ones we hired.
I have a quick question. Yes, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Smolnik, is there an ability to go to negotiate this price, or I just would like some clarification on that.
Let us look at it. I've not seen it with the view towards that, and I'll get the documents from Bryce, and then I'll give you a report.
Could we bring this up at the next meeting? Yes. Thank you.
Well, you can wait till January when I'm not here and there won't be so much conflict.
That's a great idea.
Best ideas had all night. All right, so we're letting that go. Davis Hill's gone, so now we're moving on to discussion item 0708. ZOTAC findings, Ms. Kelly LaDuke. You're up.
Thank you, sir. Who wants to talk about zoning?
All right.
Well, I wanted to call and talk to you, but I couldn't find your number.
But you got her here right now. You don't have to call her.
I get to be the guinea pig on that one.
Oh, she knew you were calling. That's why she didn't answer.
Well, I have talked to several of you over the last couple of days, and I know that Matt has as well, about which of the suggestions we kind of are leaning towards from the ZOTAC. So if we're ready to talk about it, I'm ready to hear what you got to say. There's a couple that I think have been kind of taken off the table. But I know we were still considering the upping of the lot sizes for the A1, A2, A3 districts. Definitely supporting the comp plan update, which did get put into the budget. The access requirements, making sure that those are up to snuff for major subdivisions. Leaving the family subdivision requirements as they are now, and then fixing that access table. So I guess the just looking for some direction. I can prepare some language to start through the public hearing process for Planning Commission.
Spender?
A couple of things I had mentioned. One of the things was to make sure with a major subdivision that there was an entrance and an exit in the subdivision for emergency purposes. Not have 5,000 roads come on a highway, but that there's at least a way to get in and a way to get out, more than one way. So that would be contained in that.
That's already a requirement. Yep.
And then I had, looking at the lot requirements, where's, on this sheet, where's the lot?
It was the first one.
Okay. I remember the table, so that's why I was looking for the table of maybe an idea of an A1, 20, A2, like, yeah, A2 was like, I think I had 5 and then 3 and A3.
Okay.
I was just putting it out there.
Collins?
So no grandfathering, and the school capacity, adequate public facilities. So the schools should be doing that, public facility report. In other words, it's their requirement to do that.
Yeah, the adequate public facilities test, we had those discussions, and that's why ZOTAC put it in here. A little further research, due to state law changes, you're not allowed to do those anymore.
So you're not allowed to, well, maybe I was thinking about the
So I believe
full capacity and all that, Weldon Cooper.
you can do school capacity. I think adequate public facilities test in regards to a rezoning. You cannot deny rezoning based on a project failing that test. Is that correct?
There's been legislation proposed for years to cap zoning with regard to adequate public facilities. I'm not aware that you can do that.
Okay, well, I was just reading the first line where it talks about school capacity, and then it jumped into the.
Well, the proffers address that. That's the point of proffers, where if they rezone a project and it triggers something, that's how you get proffers to pay for those capital improvements.
They don't have a study that would trigger those at this point.
Well, that needs to be done, and that's something we do need to address. The county need, but that's typically in your CIP program. And you would know how many schools are generated by a multifamily unit, by a single-family detached, whatever. But that's the whole problem. You're highlighting the whole problem with by right development. You can't do anything about that. When you have the ability to build a house by right, it doesn't matter how many kids you produce, you can't get proffers for it. You can't get any recompense for the school system or the fire department or the police department or anything. And that's why by right development is so costly on the existing citizens in a community, because they are not contributing to the schools or fire and rescue or the library and all those things. That answer your question?
Well, that was a lot more information than.
Well, I try to be thorough when I answer.
Yes, sir, I noticed that. Thank you.
Bender?
Yeah, I had to find my paper. I did have 2 other things. One was I think it was recommended in here about purchase development rights. Is that correct?
It was one possibility they were exploring.
And
Yeah.
I was not in favor of that.
Okay.
And then there is the issue with, hold on a second, making sure the internal roads in the major subdivision is built to VDOT standards. Because people would not realize how many people would like the county to make their road up to VDOT standards.
Yes.
And then lastly, I know this is going to come up by the grandfathering, which Mr. Collins already mentioned.
Stones?
Kelly, did y'all consider, is there language in here that I may have missed? If we do change some of the zoning, is there something that would protect families to be able to pass down acreage to their children to build a home on it if it was smaller than what's listed in here? And if so, is there also a protection for the county so that those children don't turn around and sell that property in a year and basically circumvent the whole situation.
Yeah, the family subdivision ordinance section would not change. So that would stay under the zoning as it is now. It would
Can
be a
you-
little bit,
Can you summarize what that is right now?
so, like, for example, if somebody in A2 wanted to give acreage to their kids, it would still remain 2-acre minimum
Mhm.
as it is now. And the way the family subdivision ordinance is written, the parents would have to own the property for 5 years before they can even go that route. And then the grantee of the property would have to own it for 15. So we're not proposing any changes with that.
Okay.
So that protects the county.
Mr. Davis, I'm going to jump on that one. What is the, say somebody does that and says, I'm going to live there 15 years, and then they don't, in 5 years, they flip it. Is there any legal recourse on that?
We'd have to find out about it first. That's the problem. We can't really, there's deed restrictions, there's information in the title work that says, you know, you're supposed to hold it for 15, so we don't often see that happen. There are some provisions where if somebody's coming into a hardship of some sort, or if somebody passes away,
That they can then,
they'd have to come back and ask for permission to get rid of the property or sell the property. But
could they also transfer it, like, say, to another family member?
yes, that's
Okay.
also an option. It is hard to enforce, though, I'm not gonna lie. It is.
Any other questions? I know that this is on here again for discussion, but I talked to you last meeting saying that we would make this a decision for you, because I know you're waiting on us, really, to move forward. But I'd like to see, it's the second time we've looked at it. Is it possible for us to make an action on this today? And do we want to agree on any kind of acreage change that we're going to do? To see what those numbers are going to be? Mr.
I
Stroud,
agree with Ms. Benders. She had a recommendation.
can you repeat those numbers for me?
It was 20,
5 and 3.
yep, 25 and 3.
All right. Mr. Sullivan, do you have anything to add to that?
No.
Mr. Collins,
No, sir, I've made my comments.
are you good with that? That acreage?
Well, let's see what the total package will be first.
Now that we kind of have an idea of where they're headed with some of the items, would it make sense for us to come back and draft up the changes in, like, in a motion form?
Yes, but, and I think what I heard Mr. Collins say, he wants to see the whole package, all the recommendations from Zotac together before giving Mr. Collins, if I'm correct, before giving Kelly the go-ahead to go ahead and draft those. And they will have to come back as public hearings at the Planning Commission and at the Board of Supervisors.
Like, taking what I'm hearing tonight about access requirements, if y'all agree on that, we can put together some draft language.
Yes.
The acreage changes.
Real quick, Ms. Bender, it's a question around, applicants that you already have in. What does that look like? Are they dead in the water, or are they under the old?
We actually started talking about that today. The only thing that it would really affect are new subdivision plats. Site plans, if you have an existing parcel in the shape that it is, this isn't going to change any of their existing zoning. It's going to stay the acreage that it is now. So this would only affect new plats that are coming in, would have to meet these new minimum acreages. So if you do pick a date, I mean, it becomes active the night that it gets adopted. So if you did want to add a grandfathering clause, you could. There's just different challenges that would create as well.
If the grandfathering clause was July 1st, 2025, like, in other words, things that have already been turned in, but not setting the grandfathering date forward, but leaving it as of business today.
I do think that you could do that.
Right. Ms. Bender?
I would agree with that. I just wanted to ask if anybody would agree with adding in the no purchase of development rights and the internal roads built to VDOT standards besides having an emergency two entrance and exit.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify one thing? What you're saying is that any plats submitted prior to July 1st or up through July 1st, whichever you choose, would be reviewed pursuant to the current regulations. And any plats after that date would be subject to the new regulations if they're enacted. And that's a suggestion. Remember, this was a request to the Planning Commission. They came back and asked for guidance, so we don't know what they're going to come back with.
Right.
But I just want to make sure that's what you're saying. So you're setting a timeline for that. Otherwise, Mr. Smolnik.
So another thing to think about is timing on this. So if we use July 1 as a date, Planning Commission has 100 days to act after they hold a public hearing. So, if we say go tonight, we're at a August Planning Commission meeting for an information,
Yes.
maybe something maybe a public hearing in September, then they've got 100 days to act on it. So if we use July 1, what do we review applications against from July 2nd onward? You see what I mean? What standards will we be reviewing? If somebody comes in next week with a plat, what standards do we review them against? Because we don't know how the Planning Commission and ultimately the Board of Supervisors, what the final product will be. That's something that I see as could be a hiccup in the road.
Right. So maybe as the date of adoption would be the drop dead date.
They have initially 60 days to review or to provide comments. So if you're going to do that, we probably need to be in a 60-day window. The difficult thing is this: when you change, and you saw this with the ordinance that was adopted at the end of 2023, all those plans that are under review, the day the ordinance changed, that all went away, and now they had to comply with the new. So I think it's okay to do a drop dead date, but I understand Mr. Smolnik's position because the law only gives them 60 days for their first set of comments. So maybe you shouldn't set a
grandfather date.
It's just a suggestion. Well, I mean, it's just a suggestion for the Planning Commission, and I think we can work through that as we go through it, depending upon how long they take. I mean, they could review it and have a public hearing and do it in 30 days if they want to. The Planning Commission has that ability to do that, and if they want to take longer, then that date may have to be pushed back. The problem is, once this becomes a reality, you're going to get a flood of subdivision plats that may or may not be ready to be reviewed, but they're going to be filed anyway.
So what's the answer of not getting this flood?
I don't know if there is.
Well, that's what the law is already. I think we just have to look at it as a work and see what the Planning Commission's going to do. And I don't think there's anything wrong with you saying right now it's July 1st. And if we find out the process is going to take longer, you're going to have to do it differently. Maybe it's August 1st. I don't know.
One of the biggest sort of piece of information that, how many times we say it, is that it doesn't affect family subdivisions, because a lot of people that I talk to, they all want to say, well, what if I want to do this to my kids? And I'm like, it doesn't affect family subdivisions. So that's a banner somewhere.
It does not affect
it. It does not. We've said that over and over again, but for some reason, they're not getting that. They're hearing, oh my God, but they're not getting, it doesn't affect family subdivisions.
So what's the will of the board?
Chair, I was thinking of maybe saying send this down as is with some minor corrections and see what the Planning Commission, go start the process, because it will come back to us and then we can adapt and change it. but I still want to put out those couple of extra provisions in it to add to that.
You took note of those provisions.
So if I had what I'm hearing is the points of direction are change the lot sizes in A1, 2, and 3 respectively to 20, 5, and 3 acres. Internal roads to VDOT standards, to fix the access point, the minimum, maximum word that was flipped. That's what I've got. That's what I've heard so far. Those 3 main directives to staff.
Then I added the no PDR, no purchase development rights.
Right, I think that's just that's no action on staff's part, so.
And then I guess the grandfathering July 1st, is that?
No grandfathering.
No, we're not grandfather now.
Okay, no grandfather.
Yeah, because we won't know how to,
And
they won't have
leaving,
the
leaving
standards to go
family
by until then.
subdivisions.
Yeah, family subdivisions will stay, so no action needed there. But the 3 action items, lot sizes, internal roads to VDOT standards, and the access point table, minimum versus maximum. That's what I've heard.
And there's nothing new. The planning commission's already heard all this, so that shouldn't be, none of those are new things.
That's correct.
Sean's been keeping them updated. Yep.
All right, then are we done with Ms. Leduc?
No,
Thank you, appreciate it.
thank you.
All your hard work down there. All right, I think, Matt, you're up.
Thank you, sir. So looking, I know with the weather that's going on right now, just for everybody's knowledge, I'm seeing 87 Dominion customers out of power in King George. And Kyle sent me some, I saw it, but the number seemed a little high. This is Westmoreland and King George, that's why. So 3,220 are out in Westmoreland and King George County combined for Northern Neck. So there are some power outages. Dominion and Northern Neck are aware of them for anybody or for the family who may be impacted. So just for the public's knowledge, and on the county's website, there is an upcoming VDOT public hearing. This is an important meeting for the intersection of Route 3 Port Conway and the name's escaping me, Salem Church. Salem Church. So the public hearing, the information is on our website. The public hearing will be held on Wednesday, July 9th from 5 to 7 p.m. in the King George County High School. So what they're proposing there, and when you go on the website, you can see that this would be an R-cut, which is a restricted turning movement, meaning that if you're coming down Port Conway to Route 301, you will not be able to make a left-hand turn there. You'd have to take a right, go down a little ways, and they're going to put a U-turn in for you to make a U-turn. So the diagrams that VDOT has due to safety concerns at this intersection, and the same will be for Salem Church Road. As you're coming to 301, you're not going to be able to make a left-hand turn on 301 South. So diagrams are there. I encourage the citizens to come on out. This is a VDOT public hearing, again, Wednesday, July 9th, 5 to 7 p.m. at King George High School. The next thing, I just want to, put it out there for the board. We've made public the courthouse studies. I've been reviewing those. I encourage all of you to read through those. My goal is to have a synopsis of each of the reports to the board. I'm reading and taking notes as fast as I can, but I encourage you all to really pay attention to the latter studies, not so much the 2012. That information is outdated, so that I will be coming to you to look for clear direction on how we head. And I'll have some options for you all, some things to consider. So just want to keep that on your radar. And last but not least, we do have, there was a Board of Zoning Appeals case with the Carabins. This was, if you can recall this was October of 24. Long story short, the Board of Zoning Appeals sided with the county's interpretation of the code. They filed a writ. I'm going to let Mr. Stewart take it over from, Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We filed it. Yes, thank you.
Right. They were granted a variance in the RPA, and the county decided that maybe that wouldn't be a good precedent to set. So we filed a writ of certiorari for the circuit court. In talking with Carabin's attorney, I think we've resolved this, and they have now redesigned their project so that it would be out of the RPA, attached to their home. They filed a site plan with Kenny. It's not been approved yet, but I think it's okay, and that the site plan's fine. So what we've done is drafted a little agreement that says once their site plan is approved, and there's no reason it shouldn't be, they're going to agree that I'll do an order for the court that says their variance is vacated as if they never requested it. And that's what we have. And we're just asking for authority for Matt to enter into that. I've approved it, read it, part of drafting it. And that will be over with.
Do we need a motion for that? All right, so moved.
Need a second.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion?
Can we clarify what this motion is?
To approve the settlement agreement between the county and the Caravans. And authorize Matt to sign it, I'm sorry.
Mr. Stroud, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
That's all I have, sir.
Need me to sign that?
I'll sign them on behalf of the county. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I did have a quick.
Yes, Ms. Bender has a question, Mr. Smolden.
I had a couple of complaints about All Points Broadband and not being able to reach them. Is Mr. Innes still the contact? It is, okay.
Yes.
I will reach out because they're having struggles getting a hold of somebody at All Points Broadband. Thank you. Because that is a concern, because this customer was promised access because they granted an easement and they haven't gotten any return phone calls. So I want to make sure who we need to contact.
Anything else? All right, so we'll move on to the second public comment to address meeting items only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person or for everyone a chance to speak. Please provide your full name, district in which you vote. When submitting your public comments, it will be properly recorded in the public record. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this time?
Are these comments about the zoning?
Sure, yeah.
I found it very confusing. Oh, Rose Payne, you know me, 15123 Hazelnut Lane. I found it very confusing when I tried to understand what you were trying to do with our land. You're going to devalue my property, but I'm still going to pay the same amount of taxes. That doesn't sound right to me. And I saw up there, it looks like when you say you're going to take it away from the subdivisions from agricultural to residential only, why didn't you do that where I live? I mean, I just don't understand why. Now, I've got this farm that we can't farm anymore because we don't have any young people. And we don't know what's going to come with what we're trying to do. But you're going to say that I can't build as many houses. I don't want a subdivision. I have never wanted a subdivision on my farm. But I would hope that I could get some money from it. But if you're going to limit it, if I understand it correctly, 50 acres for one house, and then VDOT approved roads, come on, you know what that's going to cost. I just want to know what you are trying to achieve for the property owners in the county. I know you want to stop development, but why punish us so that you don't have your schools overrun? I mean, we're looking at projects that wouldn't do that. I don't know what's going to come of that. But I am concerned. I mean, even my 42 acres would be, if I understand it correctly, would be changed. I own several things in the county, but it's the farm over at Cameron that worries me more than anything, because that's going to really be a major impact if this goes through. I know I'm only one person, but I pay a lot of taxes in this county. And I don't mind, because if you own property, that's your right. You should pay your taxes, and I do. But I think I should also have a say-so about what I do with my property. And I'm certainly not, I don't want another subdivision. I'm surrounded by them on my other farm. So I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think you're hurting some of us by doing it. And you do represent the whole county. And I just say, think about us, think about what you're doing to our property. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone online? Anyone received any correspondence? Then I will close this at this time. Is there anyone who'd like to address Ms. Payne? There was no 50 acres in there, by the way. It was 20 was A1, which is now 10 now to go to 20. A2, which is 2, would go to 5. And A3, which is 1 acre, would be 3. So it's not 50. Yeah, and we don't want 170,000 people living in King George County, and that's where we're headed. So things have to be slowed down in order for us to catch up. I'm sorry that there's things have been done backwards for so long and rooftops have been the answers, but this is where it leaves us with astronomical prices in housing, overrun, and taxes getting raised, and everyone wants taxes don't raise your taxes. Don't raise my taxes, but we want everything else, all the bells and whistles to go along at the same time. So,
Are there any roads closed?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can keep you updated.
all right, so we closed secondary public comment. Now we're moving on. I guess we're moving on. Yes.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A7 and 2.23711A8 to consult with legal counsel regarding an actual or probable litigation and legal advice regarding Amazon Web Services and Potomac Commons. I invite the county administrator and the interim county attorney as needed, and because they are deemed necessary and their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Second.
Motion properly second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're in closed session.
It would be preferred.
All right, I moved that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to the public meeting.
Second.
Motion probably second for discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 We are back.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only matters under the call were discussed and no action was taken.
So certified.
We need a second.
Second.
So certified.
So certify.
Certify.
So certified.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
given the time, I make a motion that we extend the end of our meeting by a half an hour to 10:30 or 22:30.
Just in case, so we don't have to
Just in
come back
case.
out. I gotta get a second.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All chair votes aye also, just like Mr. Collins, and we are extending the meeting.
You want me to do the next one?
Yes.
I move that, so I stumbled through the words. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A1 to discuss the county administrator's performance and salary. I invite the county administrator as needed because he is deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712F.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're in closed session. We are.
All right. I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to the public meeting.
Second.
Motion properly second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Back in open session.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors certify by vote that only matters under the call were discussed and no action was taken.
Second.
Collins,
Yes, sir.
so certify.
I do.
Mr. Stroud,
So certified.
Ms. Bender,
So certify.
Mr. Sullins,
Certify.
Chair certifies.
I'll make another motion to adjourn the Board of Supervisors to Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.